What's up, losers? Hi. Welcome in, everybody. Who we got? Who got first? Andy! Andy coming in getting first. Welcome in, everybody. We have Andy, we have Wolfie, we have Tori, we have Nikki, we have Rabbit, we have Oni. What's up, guys? How is everybody? How was your day? What's the or else? Or you get a knuckle sandwich. Chat will get a knuckle sandwich. There's that line, and I clearly messaged first. The rest is last stream. Sure. Let's see if the Dodge is ready.
Nah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
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 Hello. One friend in game now.
Yes, I'm opening the world.
Hurry! I'm so impatient.
I'm sorry. It's loading. Is this the game where you're a drug dealer? No, this is the game where I am a mad scientist. All right, can you join? Do I have to invite you? Invite friends.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we're mad.
I'm always angry.
Yeah.
Oh, I think my game just crashed.
Oh, I am joining, so maybe that's why it crashed. Why did it crash when I join?
It's never crashed before. In 51 hours, it's never crashed. Pink says you'll have to give me your pants. It was specifically Rabbit who was offering his pants. Just saying.
We're giving out free pants. I could use a couple pairs.
Yes, Rabbit offered to donate his pants to Wolfie.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's only one pair of pants. I guess that doesn't really help me.
Yeah.
But
Oh, you offered yours too, Nikki?
oh, that's nice.
Offering Wolfie my pants. So okay, so he said points, and because I'm a pro streamer, I read it as pants.
You look like you need a bigger hat. I always look like, I mean, I could make this hat
It's
bigger.
his humongous brain, chat. It's his humongous brain.
That keeps my science in there.
Yeah, it keeps your science in there, exactly.
It keeps my science in there. I think I'm in.
It says Dirge has entered the facility. The facility.
Okay, I think the game is start capturing. There we go.
I have so much like weed on my desk right now.
Okay.
Okay, so the first thing that you should do is you should probably make the scuba dooba suit. The scuba dooba suit.
Do we have everything for me to make the scuba dooba scoop?
The scuba dooba scoop? No, we need canisters so that we can make the air compressor. Where do we get canisters? The air compressor's old, so canisters should just be around. Oh, from extinguishers.
You can trade the one guy.
Yeah, but there should be fire extinguishers. Why does it feel like my W is? Yeah, there should be fire extinguishers though. No, it's my finger. Does my finger have a callus from keyboarding and mousing too much? Am I that guy? Am I that guy?
That's rough, buddy.
That is rough, buddy. There's gotta be fire extinguishers somewhere. It's called. That's right.
I have pressure gauges in my pocket.
Fine, I found one.
I have 3 in my pocket.
There's another fire extinguisher right here. And here's another fire. Look at that. I found 3 fire extinguishers right here. Wait, did we never found magazine racks, which we needed for something totally obscure?
Oh, I know where they are. They're in the first area.
Magazine racks? I don't ever remember seeing them.
Yeah. They're a piece of furniture. That's why we just never packaged them up.
Yeah.
They're not like a traditional, you know, like a regular looking resource. It's like the first aid kits they get to take off the walls for the one thing.
146 hours. I feel a little bit overplayed, but not so bad that I want to take the night off. Obviously, I am taking the night off, but it is unrelated. taking the night off because we're fucking finishing this. Or chat gets a knuckle sandwich.
Why is chat the one getting beaten up here?
Because it's their fault I didn't finish.
Shouldn't we be getting beaten up?
No, it's their fault I didn't finish. I just tried to slide like Borderlands style. I can't. Ellie's glamour shots. So she learned SIT, and so now she is just taking every opportunity to do that because she thinks that that means that she will always get a treat for it, even if she wasn't asked to do it. That she does it and she gets a treat.
Well, she deserves it.
Obviously, because she's the best girl. Obviously. So now she's just walking up to you and sitting down in front of you, and like then like gets like upset that you haven't given her anything, and then she starts like touching you and like jumping on you like, hello. So
hello, do you not?
Hello,
I've done the thing.
I'm doing the thing. So yeah, so now she's been doing that a lot. So I have figured like I can get her to do that and like put like the thing behind my camera, you know, like this, and now I could get good pictures of her. I thought I was best girl. You are also best girl. I did my part. Symbiotic relationship. She's an angry tempered, like, yeah. It's true. All right, so now I have to, so I destroy these to make those. Okay, so now I should be able to make the things. Crafting 2 of those, and then make your suit. All right, so there's a stupid suit here for you.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting on the tram.
I'm gonna put it in this first, the top shelf on the left, or the top box on the left. When you're as soon as you walk in. Hi Zara, welcome in. How are ya? How's your day? How's your day? Outer Wilds with Dad. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Alright, let's charge all my shit.
Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow.
Why is the chat box coming back up again? The chat box actually. Oh no, Layak. Layak, where are you? Oh, I hear you. There you are. Remember that night, chat? Remember that night where I spent 3 hours waiting for these fuckers to appear so I could build something? Oh no, so we could get through something. And now they just appear all the damn time. No, you don't remember that? No?
No. No.
Okay, makes sense. That makes sense.
Bam, 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 bam.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, ba, ba, ba. Bam,
Bam,
ba, ba,
bam,
ba,
bam,
ba.
bam, bam.
Where are you?
I had to take a tram to a tram, and now I'm tramming back in over.
So
we're on the right one. I'll be coming.
Did you stay at the water plant when you logged out? Is that what it was?
No, I was over in the aquarium.
Oh, I see.
I'm in manufacturing Quest now.
Quest. I see. The Holiday Inn.
The Hotel Motel Holiday Inn.
Hotel Motel. Schmoliday Schmien.
Okay.
Oh, I was talking about this one. Okay.
Oh, I was emptying pockets with my Q button.
The scuba suit.
A hard hat to protect. Wait, that's not a scuba suit. That's a scuba suit. It's a whole bunch of new
can
items.
we make anything now?
Up.
Wait, no, it's the enhancement bench. Can I make anything? Ooh, the load hammer. I'm gonna make it. Fuck yeah. What does this do? Oh, we still don't have that one yet. Okay. Don't have that. That doesn't go anymore. Laser pistol doesn't. We don't have so many things. Interesting. Interesting. Scuba Steve.
I need to make some ammo. We are out of carbon. Okay.
Are we?
Since we only have 2 pieces.
Oh, I was gonna say we have 2.
Yeah, but we might have stuff to break down for it.
Paladins will shut down soon. Rip. You can do whatever you want when you stay at the Holiday Inn Express. It's probably true. Do you know how much we have left? Could be funny if we had 30. No,
yeah.
Because we have to go back. Remember, I know it's been forever because I've been playing Borderlands. But last time I played, do you remember I went to the Frozen portal? And I had to do the whole underwater stuff to get into the building and to get to the portal, and then I do the whole Frozen portal part. Well, I fucked up when I was in the Frozen portal and I didn't get a part I needed. So we have to do the entire underwater area again and the Frozen area again. So that's at least 30 minutes, and then we have to finish the part that I got. So I don't know if you have the checklist up, but we have to block interference on the transmission tower. I fucking finally found the transmission tower. I unlocked all these things. I did all these things, and I kept going back and I found the thing, and I need to build something, and I need the part that's in the Frozen tower to build this piece to do the last part. And then we have an entire area after this. Horseman. So, we definitely have stuff to do. We definitely have an adventure ahead of us, but I'm not sure how long exactly it will be. Who's puking? Are you puking?
Bigger than a bread basket. Why am I throwing up?
42 minutes? No. I think it's even more than that, honestly.
42 minutes? Yeah, it's probably like 44.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's giving us some credit. I think it's gonna be like 47. Where's my starbs?
Okay, I'm gonna eat some.
What should have gotten here? Oh, it didn't. Okay. Probably on its way though. It's gotta be.
Where the
It's gotta be. Yeah. And look, I have 2. I'm winning. I'm winning the game. I have 2.
Where is our medicine? I'm just gonna throw myself off the ledge.
What medicine do you need?
Anti-radiation medicine.
It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. The stop one right here. You know what the funniest part is because you're in your scuba suit, it's just blasting out of this fucking breather.
Yeah. Listen, sometimes you've got to.
It's just fucking blasting out of the fucking breather hole. Oh god. That's fucked as fuck. Okay. Alright, tell me when you're ready.
I really should have just thrown myself into the abyss.
Oh, do you not have health and stuff? Oh wait, I need...
No, everything else is fine, but then he was like, yeah, I'm tired and hungry now that I've thrown up all of my food. Thank you.
We need bio cleanser. Where do we get bio cleanser?
Bio cleanse these.
Yeah, you're right, bestie. Alright, I need to at least make some of these, I guess. Oh wait, how come we can't make this yet? Oh, because we need those shits. I don't want those shits though. Okay.
I must be coming down with something.
Yeah, you're called being a giant bitch. That's what you're coming down with, Mr. Scientist.
Yay, a wiener. You're the wiener. Stinky diver. He's pukey diver for sure.
Okay. Beverages. There we go.
Little bevy.
What's that?
Little bev. Little reg.
Yeah. Little Ridge.
Little bev. Little reg. Get some food.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. None of this is food. That's cooked. None of this is cooked. That's crazy.
Sometimes.
Oh my. Fuck you, game. Turning the power off right as I put shit on the fuck you. I don't need it anyway. I don't need you anyway. Alright, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Don't worry about it, okay?
I'm not worried about it.
Just don't.
I'm not. Gasp.
Oh god, you look so weird floating around.
21 days until the tattoo convention? Let's go. Wait, when's the tattoo convention? I think it's like 21 days till I get my tattoo.
21 days.
I think it's 21 days till I get my tattoo, actually. Or 22 days or something. Yeah, I'm getting my tattoo on the 11th. Oh, shut up. Thank you. Nikki understood what I meant. Nikki got it.
3 weeks from now?
Wow.
21 days?
I don't know how to count. I'm just a girl. Mr. Wizard, I did not watch it, but I know of it and I remember it and all that, yeah. But I didn't watch it.
A baker's dozen. That's not a baker's dozen.
Yeah, isn't that 13?
Yeah, baker's dozen is 13. Oh, it's on a baker's dozen. Sorry, it's October baker's dozen.
I see.
Yeah.
Yes, that's how I also refer to it.
Friday the baker's dozen.
Friday, the baker's dozen. Yep, exactly. Okay,
The
so.
scariest day of the month when it happens.
Yeah. It's crazy.
No, the baker gets to decide. Yeah, I mean, it's his dozen, so.
I mean, that is also true, but yeah.
Well, you don't think that's a dozen? I handed you a dozen. What the fuck's wrong with you? Well, you look at your receipt. I handed you a dozen. Would you eat it?
The baker's like, I don't fucking know how to count. It's just about a
I
dozen.
don't fucking. Well, I
That's
handed you a dozen.
You know, like some,
Okay, it's a fucking.
a few, a dozen. It's just this is.
Yeah, you know, I can literally do you want. I'll give you less than a dozen, okay? And then you'll know.
What kind of tattoos are you getting?
Why are they? Did you get a dozen coffee every time you go there? How does that work?
I have to remember which way. Oh yeah, this way. Okay.
Oh.
And then we go over. Yeah.
So
No,
maybe
wait.
not what I just did.
Where'd you go? No, we're going in this water. We're going in this water.
So what's the thing we're looking for?
We have to go over to this building that's literally right here in the middle of the water.
And they got a whole bunch of shit going on in this building.
Oh yeah. There's a big old monster in there that we can't beat yet.
Something in the box, move
That I
along.
had to sneak around. Okay, so Oni, to answer your question, I have a couple tattoos that just like don't really look kind of like how I envisioned.
They're all different celebrities' feet.
Yeah.
She was at a very different point in her life then.
Yeah.
I
I just had a bunch
but
of
all the different
celebrities,
celebrities are just Jared Leto. It's just all his left foot and his right foot all
just
over.
different. He was just in different poses and stuff, you know.
Yeah, different years of his foot.
Yeah, different years of his life. Yeah. No, I have a couple tattoos that I just like. They just like weren't kind of how I envisioned them when they got finished. that this girl's gonna kind of like girly pop up for me, and then I'm getting a tattoo for my older dog Gigi, who passed away. A giant Leo portrait. That's right.
Feet, hands, autograph. Yeah, I think that's. Boba. I agree.
All right, I'm gonna proceed. I'm not just gonna. Ah!
I found the submarine.
Somehow I managed to do this last time and didn't fucking see that. Are you kidding me, chat?
Am I supposed to be finding a submarine?
It doesn't work. We have to go through this underwater area. I told you.
Abe, this submarine isn't
Oh, my
going
heart. Oh, how did I do this whole area last time and not see that fucking monster?
See, you get it, yeah.
Remember, I need a bunch of seaweed for shit. Where's my oxygen? I'm still pretty okay on oxygen. It's my biggest fear.
Your biggest fear?
Yeah. Fucking.
I think mine's probably like
ocean that I can't
the
fucking
vacuum
see.
of space.
It's the same thing. The bottom of the ocean and the vacuum of space are basically the same fucking thing.
Yeah, but like, it's harder to get me down there, you know? It's easier to knock me out and put me in space, I think.
Oh.
I think so, yeah. If they were trying to do some weird dirge-based science, yeah, I think they would be more likely, you know.
A dirge-based science, you say?
Yeah, to really get to the bottom of, you know, all of this.
Right.
Because someone's got to.
Right.
Someone's really, they have not been putting enough resources.
Am I still gonna get all of chat's names on your leg? Guys, you would have to literally donate the most amount of money that's actually possible in the world to donate for me to put your names on my legs for the rest of my life.
I'd do it for like $1,000, chat.
Like flat? Like
$1,000
$1,000 flat, and you'd put every person's name?
I mean, we would have to like get into specifics, but yeah, 1,000's where I'm just setting my bar right now, you know.
Right, chat.
I have to pay for the tattoo. Yeah, $1,000. Fine, yeah. Cause like I want to get blackout work done eventually, so I'll just
So like $5? Wow. That's what you think.
Everyone's name from chat. Well, thankfully, me and Pink aren't famous yet, you know, so promising to do it now isn't that bad.
True.
Obviously,
Also,
when
I'm
we
glad he said
skyrocket, yeah, I almost just said, good thing me and Pink are never gonna be famous. Is what I almost said.
Also true.
Yeah, I almost said that,
For
but then I was like, I don't know if I should savage both of us right here.
I would do it with a Sharpie for sure.
Oh yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd draw dicks on my face.
Yeah.
Did we have that level 5 clearance thing yet?
Yeah. Oh no, you mean literally everyone's name from chat? Like that's what I get tattooed? Got it. That makes so much sense. Why am I stuck on
that seems fair.
Also, I made it.
Wait, you can't go back to the portal entrance on this one. That's kind of bullshit.
What portal are you in?
The one that we... Is that not a portal?
Did you go through the water area?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh.
I don't want to talk about what happened. Okay, it's
okay,
fine.
Sure.
It's fine.
No, I need those things. Oh no! I jumped off too high. It's precious. Yeah. Because that's different. That's your baby.
I sure wish I remember where we went.
You
My
go.
precious.
You go into the number 2 water thing, and then it's gonna teleport you across the hall, and then you go out.
Is it in the off? Is it office sector?
No, it's definitely in the hydro plant. This whole area
No,
is
but
the
I'm
hydro
saying
plant.
which tram exit do I get off?
It goes to the hydro plant. Like okay, so there's the one that's in the office, like that connects to our place, and then there's the one that's that one next to that one comes here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay. It's crazy that none of this stuff fell. What? Did not injure me. Get out of here, game. I totally understand, Oni. I understand. I lost both of my dogs like in like a year and a half of each other. And now of course I have Ellie, but
She hasn't eaten any tortillas yet, so
she
like, why do
hasn't
we
eaten
care
any
about her?
tortillas. My Starbucks is here,
Like-
so I'll be right back.
Like, I don't know if I even care until this
Oh
dog
my
eats
God.
half a bag of tortillas. You know, chat. I'm sure you guys are with me. God, that was so cool when that dog ate all those tortillas. That shit was so fucking cash. Years of my life. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people recently I know have lost animals. I know Nova from my community, his dog just had kidney failure, I believe. It's not good. Animals don't do anything like wrong on purpose in our lives, so it's just like it's always fucked up to lose them. I hate it, yeah.
Losing my dog,
What
January
about-
21st, kicked off one of the worst periods of my life. Yeah, I get it.
I
Since I was a
think the
kid.
cat's doing they don't do wrong stuff. Okay, so jot that down. They do the right stuff. You just don't fully understand.
Yeah, it's definitely a communication
Hey,
issue.
that's a big guy. Can we kill these big guys?
I don't think we have the things for it. Dude, ask chat. I sat there for forever wailing on that guy. I think that they have a weakness that we don't have yet. Like, I literally spent forever shooting that dude. Ellie, please lay down. There you go. Fine, chew my sock. I
Cats
don't-
do what they want. Yes, and it's always correct.
How long has my mic had the furry pop cover? Couple months now, I think.
Since today.
No, not since today.
Since today.
No, definitely a couple months.
It's been on for at least a baker's dozen.
At least a baker's dozen. Well, my mic's like not always, I guess, in shot. I guess it is. Lately it has been. But yes, it is. Can I, hold on. Can I get some cloth and make a thing for you to climb up? Because that'd be convenient for you.
Turbine.
Need to make sure I don't fill my stuff up again. Hey, Leia. Never noticed it either. Well, I guess I'm doing a bad job at impressing everybody.
I think. Oh, a new helmet? The fuck is that? Breacher helm? Well,
If it gets any colder, I may have a problem. I'm freezing.
okay.
We shall unknown.
Do I pose?
Well, that's because today's the first day it's been on there, chat. Pink's lying to you. Don't fall for it.
What did I? What
Don't be
am I
gaslit.
lying about? What did I lie?
About how many baker dozens days it's been,
How many bakers in a dozen?
and their days, and how fuzzy they got with those days, and you know.
It's not my fault. Chat can't remember shit because they're a bunch of stoners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tempest tomb.
Gotta put down the jazz cabin chat.
Yeah,
Sorry to
chat.
fuck you
It's
guys
embarrassing.
up.
You're embarrassing yourselves, chat.
I know Pink gaslights us. No, you don't. Okay, so jot that down. No, you don't.
So first off, incorrect.
Yeah.
So jot that down.
I can make a
note
claim
of
like that. Chat, you can't. Okay, because I'm streaming. Okay, that's. I'm sorry, Pink. That big chat might have misunderstood my joke.
Right. It's okay.
We all know. It took me a billion minutes to find that emote. I feel like I've looped from enjoying casual emotes to ironically using emotes to now just looping back to not using emotes at all as a person.
Just as a existing. Just like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I just like, it's just not how I don't think my face. I don't think emotes fit my face. You know, like if I'm throwing an emote at somebody, you know, hydro pump. Oh, hydro pipe. Rotary
Yeah,
pipe.
they have different stuff. That's new. That's new. Yeah, you guys do each other's homework. You guys do each other's homework.
Oh.
Get emotes of not your face. True. True.
Not of your face. Well, that yeah, that'd be like the inverse of my face.
No, you get like
And put it
you
in
get,
a mirror.
You could get like Gary, but like a whole like different range of emotions of Gary and things.
Yeah, but like, I'm not gonna have someone else make those, and then I would have to make those, and like, Jesus Christ, am I lazy?
Not really seeing. Oh, that's the problem. I see.
Yeah, that's the yeah. I don't want to have to actually do the work, even though I'm competent enough to. I don't want to.
Right. I see.
Cause like, I could just play Abiotic Factor with my friends, you know. Yeah,
True.
it's fine. I'm very, very true. Yeah.
Froggy one's already made. No, he very how say this? He no want that. That's a nice way of saying that. He no want that.
I like that you went with the Kevin option of why use many words when few words do trick.
Because I was like, how can I, like, what can I say to, like, make this funny? And then I couldn't think of anything. I was just gonna say because you're poor, but then I was like, well...
I am, yeah, I'm very poor. Yeah,
but
that
then,
is
like,
true.
I was like, that's
I'm
kind
not
of
paying.
mean.
I'm not paying anyone for shit. But I think even if I wasn't poor, I would still want to be the one to do them.
Well, because you have skills. Not everyone has skills. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
but
have
it's
that
like
skill, so...
I have the skills, but I have incredible laziness.
Yes, that's...
So it results in me getting even less done.
That's your biggest roadblock there. We're all poor.
Yeah.
Are we, though? Or are we dancers?
Yeah. Yeah. I am poor. Yeah, don't let Pink speak for me. I am poor.
Threat in sight.
No, no target
You can use
sighted.
the
You no
water with the
target.
travel.
No. Oh no, this is what happened
They're
last
just
time.
doing emotes. Oh no, Woofy. That's like my own personal hell. I would be being forced to cold sell emotes in other people's chats for the rest of my life.
Okay, but hear me out. You don't have to do that.
No, but I'm saying that would be the situation Woofy just described would be like my personal,
I see.
you know.
Alright,
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god. Motherfuckers, come on.
Robot shoot fire.
No, gonna die. Before I get this thing I need. Ellie, please lay down. Please. Ellie.
Like a boreal dancer?
Of the Boreal Valley? Yes, that's exactly actually what I meant. Okay. Ellie, no.
Come on. Go lay down. No, go lay down.
You're driving me crazy, little girl.
Leopard. In these trying times, a frog? What do you drop? What do you drop, Mr. Super Robot? Jack shit? Is that what I'm getting out of this? A reinforced
No,
CPU.
the timing of that was horrible.
Timing of what?
Freezing. If you don't like eventually like get something to warm you up, like warm clothes, you will like start freezing in place sometimes. That just happened like while I was trying to run away from something.
Got any grapes? Yeah, I believe we have 3 grapes here. My domicile, if you would like some, Nicky.
Oh my god, there's so many!
So many what?
Enemies. This is why I
Kill
couldn't
'em.
fucking stop to empty my inventory the last time I was in here.
Just kill him. Okay.
It's easy when you're not being
Your
shot
DrJMcB?
in so many different directions. No, there's these fucking barricade shield dudes, and they just pussy out and keep their shields up, and you can't fucking do anything with them because they just sit there and just fucking hold their shields up like pussies. Don't you have a real gun? Yeah, but it does the same thing. The laser gun and the real gun, like, they both do damage. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is it's these fucking idiots that just keep their shit up like that.
You don't have to worry about the ammo. That's the only
Yeah.
benefit there.
Yeah.
There they are. Your time was.
Use your powers. Wrong game. Yeah, wrong game. The timing is so terrible, though. There it is. It's right there. I see it. Nah, I just need to grab this thing. Fuck you.
Did you get it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm proud of you.
I literally grabbed it and ran.
Hi, Dr. Carson.
Oh,
Back to
Hey there.
Borderlands.
we need to help each other here.
Grab it.
Right?
Lol.
Because it's rough.
We will destroy you and you will be forgotten.
Right? If you wanted to.
The Rings of Elden? Yes. Ellie, lay down. You're gonna get hurt. Because I didn't know you were down there and I just almost kicked you. Fuck you, shield idiot. Honestly, piss off. And they follow you for so fucking long. It's so dumb. I'm frozen. No, I'm frozen. Come on. Shit timing again. Yep. And then start squatting. Yep. There's another one in there. I need to
Like real cool or just like
no, like not real. These fucking like I don't know what to do with these shield guys. Like I don't know how you're supposed to beat them for real. Unless you're just supposed to like blow them up. Oh my god.
I mean, I do have a couple grenades in my pocket.
Bye.
Oh. Yeah, I think I might have met one of those guys.
Who, the shield guys?
That's something that's not normal. They like shake your screen.
They like bum rush you. Of fucking course. It's so dumb.
If it gets any
I
colder,
don't have
I may have a
anything to
problem.
stab this guy with.
Find heat.
It's getting more frequent and it's getting annoying. LA! Go lay down. I'm like, why are you... Whatever, chew my fucking sock then if it makes you lay down. Yes, I can get cold weather gear, but that means I have to literally go all the way back. Like, I just picked up the shit to make cold weather gear in the water on the way here. I guess they're implying you should probably be carrying around workbenches.
Or, well, yeah, then we should be, like, doing stuff, but that's dumb and lame.
And we're not dumb and lame.
Well, yeah, that shouldn't be something that, like, is only necessary in the back half. Right? Like, if you're gonna imply that as a gameplay element, then, like, I don't know. One of the few things I've kind of disagreed with about this, with this game is, like, you should be able to very easily, in my opinion, in survival crafting games, for the most part, be able to make a crafting bench and chests.
And they do not
Very
make it easy in
easily.
this one, yeah.
Okay, so wait, we gotta go back to our base.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to end up there, eventually go back, but I'm still trying to find, like, the actual way out of here. I'm not really sure what it is. What is the likelihood of that fucking timing?
Hostile.
They're such, like, look at this. They're such pussies. Now I can't move. Okay, how am I frozen and on fire simultaneously?
Your signs will not save you.
Yeah, that logically makes a lot of sense. Yeah, frozen and on fire. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're like Elsa, but
Yep,
like,
Yep.
but like
that,
another thing.
That makes sense. I was actually just thinking, you know, fire and ice at the same time. Found a way to slow. If it's grenades, I don't have any.
Lockers in their bathrooms? That's weird.
Trip mines. Yeah, I don't have those either. Alright, so this goes here, right? Sing a haunting song that reminds them of their first love and they will drop the shields and start crying. Oh, like a siren.
Yeah, that's true.
I see.
Yeah.
Or just get behind their stupid asses, apparently. Did I check this one? Strange signals. He just killed himself by standing in the fire. I love that.
You won.
I'm winning. I'm the best at the game. Security.
Yeah, I've killed 3 of them, I think. If they're the new guys that kind of are crazy and throw grenades and dip around like the old guys
Oh,
did,
technically,
kind
like
of.
they have like red zappies. instead of purple
Yeah, I killed
zeppies.
3 of them. I just can't gut them.
Yeah. I've killed a few of those. Oh, you're in the gym? Are you in the gym?
Yeah, I'm by the gym.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I got frozen. Terrible timing to get frozen.
Oh, I don't like this.
Cool. So this hammer apparently does like area fire damage every hit, but it looks like even if it doesn't actually hit them and damage them, it still does it, which is very convenient. No, this is a cool way to kill them. What do you mean? I back them into a corner and I light them the fuck on fire. Ellie, lay down. Frozen. No. That was pretty nice there. Oh, no, frozen. No, frozen. Frozen, come here. See, it works perfect. And there's a man up here with a sniper. Hey, why can't I? That was rude. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. He blocked me so I couldn't get up off the ladder. Like, I couldn't get off the ladder. Like, I was stuck at the top of the ladder and he was just shooting me. Like, because you know how you have to get all the way to the top before you technically go up? Yeah, but like, I couldn't get up. That's the worst part. That's the part that killed me. I would have kept going. Like, I would have kept the momentum. At least for a second.
A rodeo power transformer. Hydrate. Oh my god, I didn't give Leopard his head pads like I was supposed to, and now I'm being told to hydrate.
Oh my gosh.
You are dead.
Nobody fucking found that.
Men derogatory? Is there any other kind of men?
Men derogatory.
Ellie!
You're being very naughty tonight, and I do not
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Thanks. Oh, what's over here? I do imagine this would have been miles easier with warm clothes on, but yeah, like you have to get the stuff to make the warm clothes while you're in the water down there. Can I stop this guy? Oh, Ellie! Lay down. I don't understand what, like, the fucking deal is with you tonight. Oh, quack. You want quack?
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, it's they're like freezing like every like 3 seconds though is pissing me off. Like when it was every like 15 seconds, it was more manageable. But this is like, see, I just fucking froze. I'm gonna die though. That's for sure.
You just call me a science nerd?
No, come on. Ugh. Why does the fire not warm you? Like make it make sense. Come on. Where's the exit portal? No, come on. No. I don't know where the exit portal is.
Old fire, yeah. Sometimes it's like icy hot. Right? Isn't that their whole thing?
Whatever, I'm taking a teleporter back home at this point. I'm just too annoyed. And I got the pieces I need, so. Oh, I'm still cold somehow.
It's Arctic.
Old fire.
Or is it just me?
No, I'm home and I'm still cold somehow.
Yeah, it's the cold. You have the burning cold in your soul. You look like a little creep. Oh my god. You got like a little... Yeah, you got a whole thing going. Why are you... Yeah.
I'm still fucking frozen, bro.
Why don't you go cook some food? Won't it be hot over there?
I was in fire, Dirge!
Well, listen, I'm just trying to help. So don't get all lippy with me or you'll find yourself even colder in the ground.
Wow, I can't believe you'd do that after everything. Can't believe
I
you'd do
didn't mean
that.
to shoot you. That part was an accident. That was my last bullet. I was saving it.
Well, a warm, wearable light in a cold, radiation-filled universe. Fuck you, that would have been really helpful before, but I needed the piece for it. My gosh. What was the other thing I just unlocked? Oh no, it was just these two things. Okay, so I made this, but I think I need this as well. Which means I need this, which means I need this, which means my pockets are full. Oh my gosh.
Full of what?
Your butt.
Oh no. Lawrence, I told you not to store things there.
Oh no.
Florence, I said stay out of my asshole, Florence. Oh, I've also got some items that I brought. I should probably drop off. Seemed important. This coil winding and transformer bushing.
Bushing. Bushinga.
We're bushing.
Bushinga. Right? That's what they say on that show?
Yeah, bushinga.
Bushinga. Oh, my nose.
So wait, do we gotta go back there?
Yeah, but now we don't have to go through the water. We have to go to the top of the tower. I'm pretty sure.
But I don't have cold clothes on.
No, it's
You have
not.
cold
It's not
clothes.
there. It's not there. It's not there. We don't have to go into the portal again. We just I just did that. I did that all by myself. I did all by myself.
Well, listen, I can't help that I
Got lost? Yeah. I don't know how
My
you
superior
didn't even
jumping
get lost,
powers.
Dirge. You literally walked in a different direction than me and jumped off the building.
I hadn't seen it before. I was excited.
I know
Where
what
did you
I was
go?
showing. I'm just charging my teleporter. I'll be right there. Relax. 1 second.
Where are you going?
I'm just charging the teleporter. Okay, it's charged. I'm coming. Okay, let's go. Oh my gosh.
Oh, let me drop off my shotgun since it's so heavy.
It's so heavy. You don't need
I don't
the
have
you
any
don't need the
bullets for
scuba
it.
Steve anymore, by the way.
Can I throw it out?
If you want to. You don't need it technically. I mean, unless we have to go underwater in the next area after
wouldn't
this.
that
I want to make
be-
a joke, but I shouldn't. Not Scuba Steve,
Not
Stimpy
Scuba.
Diver. Stinky Diver. Stinky Diver. Guys, I refilled
gun?
the water in my bubbler, but when I did that, I accidentally like got the inside of the bowl part all wet. So when I tried to smoke during the starting soon screen, everything was all wet. My life is so hard.
Yep, I've been there before. That's the downside of bubblers. They're hard to fill without getting the bullhead wet.
Dr. J, do you not know Stimpy Diver?
Stinky Diver? Of course I know about Stinky Diver.
Stimpy Diver. Stoggy.
Acting League now.
Shaggy.
Why is your little cart taking so long?
It's right here. What do you mean? It was so fast.
Why does it take so long? Can I stand on the top?
Try it. Are you ready?
Yeah. Me 5 seconds later. Why am I lost? Pink, where are you?
Oh no. Are you gonna get pushed off? Hopefully. Oh no, we might have to. You might get pushed off when we go through like the doorway.
Yeah, we'll see.
Guys,
Nope, it
my
dropped me
buns
down
are
in.
from space.
Hello.
Action League, yeah, Action League now and like kablam, I would say. If you smoke, you need to stop, drop, and roll. That's what smoke equals fire. You're so right, bestie. You're so right. Okay, so do you see our dots? Do you see where we have to go?
Sure.
We have to go there to that building over there. You see that one?
I think I was
With the little satellite dishes. It was kind of hard
There's
to
the little
figure out how to
sad
go over
guy.
there, if I'm being totes honest. But
Real easy.
okay, I'll follow you then.
Real easy.
But I also had
You
been
got
in
super,
this area
you got super
for
jumping
hours.
powers yet?
No, I don't.
Maybe not super easy.
Well, because I've only found one of those blue little things.
Demonio.
No, there was a second one. Oh god.
No, sir.
Oh, did I leave you?
I got blown up by a grenade. Yeah. Where did you go?
I just went straight through the building.
I know, but which door? There's like 4 doors. You went
More
straight?
doors. You know, I literally went straight.
Yeah. Stop. I see you. I see you. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, that's because I unlocked all this area. Yeah. Okay. Listen, last time I was over here, this was the end of the night, and I had just opened
The
everything, and
timer,
I had
yeah.
just opened all of these doors with the level 5. And then I get all the way up there, and I'm like, I can't fucking do this. Are you serious? All right, so the one thing I do remember is it's outside, and then there's a ladder. So we just have to figure out outside.
Mm-hmm.
Down there!
I think I found a ladder that goes up and outside.
Okay, hold on. I'm killing. Which way did you go?
Oh, right
Up.
there. Other side. Yes.
No, it's not this one. It's literally outside the building.
You're outside the building.
I'm trying to be. Outside. Not this one, that one upstairs. No. You are finished. Wait, is it this one? Wait. Stop it. Stop it. Wait, is it this? No, it's not this one. No ladder. How did I find last time? Oh, here. Here.
Here. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Idea.
Some late night Taco Bell? That sounds good. Alright, so we have to put, okay, so this one and this one. So this one goes, how do I rotate this way? Okay, so this one goes here.
Uh-huh.
I think. Okay, and then I think we point the laser at it. That, and then I think we plug it in. Did I do this fucking right? I hope so, God.
Oh man, what if it all just breaks?
Am I not close enough to this? Does this need to be closer? It's green, so it's on. Is it... Okay, is it not close enough? Hold on. Yay! Open the spillway. Okay. Yay!
Millions die.
Reach the reactors. Let's go, Dirge. We did it. Wait, what do you?
Oh.
What?
I thought I could land that.
You thought you could land that?
I thought I could land it. Wait, did it look cool from your end?
No, it looked like you just jumped off a building.
In a cool way?
In the coolest way, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Pretty cool, pretty cool.
Hey, stop it, stop it. But did it look cool like in the movies? The answer is still no, guys. It still looks like he jumped off a fucking building.
Like that, some people have done it cooler than others.
You're probably right.
I mean, I did land it for a second, and then the rest of me didn't, right? Like, you look cool for like 1 second, and then your ankles become dust.
There's no way that was that far. Okay, whatever.
Oh, did someone else forget about gravity?
Yeah, but I was nowhere near as high up as you were. I didn't jump off a building. I jumped from a little ledge down that I thought I'd be able to make. Alright, so I didn't.
And your little ankles couldn't take it?
Though. Over here? Oh, I get over here, over here. Yeah, buddy. Whoops, there goes gravity. Whoops, there goes rabbit. And rabbity. Rabbity.
Oh. I don't know if I'm gonna win. I think I'm gonna win.
What are you gonna win? The race?
Yeah.
To get back to the place?
The hydro plant, yeah. I got. Well, I might die in the process of jumping
Right.
to the goal, or from screaming when I need level 5 clearance to get through the door I inevitably reach.
I've made it. I'm ready for the next stage.
I don't know what you're going to find there, but it has to be better than this.
Everything's better than this, baby girl. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, we jump into the hole. Whee! Whoa. You've reactivated the hydroplant and are battle hardened as a result. Okay, is there anything else in here? What do we do with these pots?
The moment arrives.
Oh, there's the girl
well
again.
is open. Proceed, but know you tread into the sight of fate.
So like we're cool now?
Oh, we've always been cool. Hold on, stop talking about. Okay, I guess we go in here. Whoa. Whoa. This is crazy.
What is this?
Power services. This is crazy. Oh, is this a dog? What is that? Hoppia photo frame? Is that just a person holding a rock? That's stupid. What do I hear? I don't like
The
it.
poopy.
The poopy. The poopy. All right, the water bot.
And in French, they call me Le Poupée, which means Le Poop.
Pierre Escargot.
Pierre Escargot.
Everyday French with Pierre Escargot.
Escargot.
Literally, none of what he said was French.
I mean, I think Pierre might be in Escargot.
No, he did say French stuff, but it was never like.
Never.
It was never
appropriate.
accurate. Yeah. Here's the check-in, by the way. Do you hear me?
Do I hear you? What?
Now, Escar,
No, I said
stop. Oh my gosh.
Where'd you go?
In the kitchen, and then go through here, and here's checking.
Check-in approved.
This is Dr. Derek Mance.
This is
Fuck
Dr.
you, Dr. Derek Mance.
First
With a
on-site
tram.
perforation event
Wait, how do we
has been
open the
a
tram?
complete success.
Tram.
It required the full energy resources of
This
both
is
the hydro
crazy.
plant
Clear
and
the
reactor,
obstruction.
but we opened a stable portal
Clear
to
your mom's
Antiverse 2.
obstruction.
Unfortunately,
station
we had
key.
to close the gateway sooner than expected.
Okay, we can make one of those
Spores
pretty
from
easy.
That realm infected the area almost immediately. The rate of growth is extraordinary. Scouring the spore residue will take weeks, but if left unattended, it would soon be a jungle in here. We'll have to investigate that
Like my
once
pussy.
Dr. Newman's
What?
project comes online.
Whoa.
Listen.
Oh, I'm listening.
I should have been Escar. Stop.
I should have been Escar stopped. God, I hate it here. There's a runic crate cannot open.
Hey, what do you got going on over here, Mr. Glowy Light, and other things? Oh, there's
And
a
miss the
tram.
other thing. Where does this go? Oh, okay. Guess that serves me right. So then, oh yeah, and then this goes in here. Okay. Whee. I'm still so upset that I saw the scary monster the second time, but not the first time when I was underwater.
Do you think if you were attacked by a mozzarella stick based monster, you could defeat it by eating it, or do you think that that would still be like kind of scary?
I guess I need a little bit more context on this mozzarella stick monster. Like, is he like an edible amount of mozzarella?
No. Like, because it has to be threatening. There has to be a threatening amount of mozzarella.
I would probably bite him like in the neck, under the assumption that he has,
like a nice
under
soft
the assumption
spot.
that he
Yeah,
has a circulatory system and he's made of mozzarella. You know.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that probably. Yeah. Okay. Nice dumb question, Dom. Yeah, I don't know where that one came from. Yeah, that is.
He probably does not have a circulatory system because he is made of mozzarella, but just under the assumption.
Well, no, because like I think like
But
when like a necromancer animates something, I feel
but
like
could
the
probably
magic.
bite enough to bite his head off. You know, like I could probably chew through enough of him and digest enough
Oh,
of
like a
him
neck
to...
amount? I could
Yeah.
easily eat
Like,
the
I could definitely
yeah,
behead
like a whole
him.
neck of mozzarella cheese.
I mean, like, no, like I could just like behead him.
Yeah. You think you could eat a whole head of mozzarella cheese?
No, I could behead him. Like I could cut the neck. I could bite through the neck. I could chew a little trail through the neck to cut his head off from the rest of his body. Like I'd go like sideways, like, and I'd just go through, and then I would bite his head off. Yeah.
Like chopping a
I
tree.
could do that. I think I could do that.
Yeah, I'm imagining you doing this in a very tree chop kind of way.
Of course.
What if he's like a starfish? What? And becomes two mozzarella stick monsters afterward?
He just grows it back. Is the monster within the mozzarella stick or out? I think he is made of mozzarella. He just is the mozzarella.
Yeah. But he's breaded, so like the inside's warm. That's where it gets dangerous.
And it's gooey, and it'd be great. Oh my god, I kind of want to eat a mozzarella stick man right now.
Yeah.
I kind of want to eat a human man's worth of mozzarella right now.
And that's why I get paid the big bucks from Big Mozzarella.
Welcome to Beautiful Power Services.
This is really, really cool in here. He was born forged in fire.
Yeah, you aren't winning then. You... From the molten sea of matzah. One lad. Cursed to forever burn the deep oil.
Hello,
I was born of it, molded by it. Hello, who are you?
fellow gate employee.
Hi, robot.
I am K18.
Hi,
Dr.
K18.
Wakeman entrusted
Are you
me to
called
care
Kate?
for the plants and vegetation in this sector. Some new office plants were unexpectedly added to my routine, but I have adapted to this change.
Now I want
I hope you
mozzarella
are
sticks.
pleased. The plants are growing
sorry, I
so
did that
well.
to everyone.
In fact, one has blocked
Who
the
I was
entrance to
until
the
I was
reactors. A fungal bloom.
Honestly, fuck
The
you
roof
guys. I'm
covers
ordering
the lower
mozzarella.
entrance
I'll get
and
it.
may require a neutralizing agent. I was not given access to such chemicals, but if you wish further access to the facility, perhaps you can procure some.
Mozzarella
Please
sticks.
enjoy the vegetation.
Please enjoy the vegetation. This is pretty cool, huh? So that goes back there. There's gotta be way more to explore. And I don't want to miss anything yet.
So do we know anything?
That is a extremely broad question, Dirge.
Yeah, well, so, and the answer is...
I know things, yeah.
Are they good things?
They're okay things, you know. They're fine things. Do you mean like, do we know like the story? Like, is that what you're trying to say?
No, I know the story. There's,
okay.
it's the company bad.
Company bad.
That's it. That's all you need. That's all you need to know.
That's
Portals.
true though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's...
Company usually bad, yeah.
No, I meant what we have to do, or what we need to be looking for right now.
Yes, I'm exploring because this place is crazy. But we need to, there's an obstruction blocking the center center console building thing. We need to get to the
The
center
tunnel.
and clear the obstruction.
I did not just swim through an underwater tunnel for nothing. That's disgusting. You should not. You should legally not be allowed to do that to people.
True.
If you find an underwater tunnel and it goes to another area, I deserve something. That's illegal. That should be illegal.
That's illegal, chat. Did you hear that?
That's like a waterfall with no treasure behind it. Like
I
if you only have
agree.
one waterfall in your game, there should be treasure behind it. Like if you have multiple, at least 50%.
Or if you're not,
I expect 50%.
I'm gonna be generous here. If you're not going to give me treasure behind there, you better at least give me an achievement and make fun of me for trying to get the treasure back there. You at least better give me something.
Yeah, I need
back
something. I need
there.
acknowledged.
Okay, so what does this say we need?
I kind of hate the teleporters concept because it reminds me of
gelatin.
Oh yeah, I eat that stuff for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Antifungal gelatin? How do we fucking fuck that?
Well, it's a gelatin, so for me, probably easier than you.
What do we do? All right, so we need.
What do we do?
We need to. Okay, so there's something in here that we need to discover clearly, because we need to figure out how to make antifungal gelatin. What?
Help me up! I'm trapped down here. Help me up!
Yeah,
Help me up!
This ain't peak. This ain't peak, motherfucker. There's no help grab button.
Help me up!
Look at these. It's like, what are we supposed to be picking up? There's nothing in here. I'm so confused. Okay, so maybe we need. Okay, so maybe we need to. No. Maybe we need to build the tram station key, and unlock this to get the next thing, because we need whatever makes the gel, which we don't have. We don't even have the recipe for it. Okay, so this needs a controller. All right. How easy is it to get back here?
This is like one of the easiest places to get back to.
This is one of the easiest places to get back to, you think?
Yeah, I think it's even easier than the old Fig Jam, the big elevator town.
Big elevator town, yeah.
Big elevator town, that got real messy because it's like, what floor, you know? Whose floor is it anyways?
Whose floor?
Right?
Where even is the floor?
The floor is made up and the points don't matter. That's what I always say.
The floor's lava, so, you know.
What?
There's
so is
also
this
that.
pussy.
So, like, there's also that. Oh,
So,
whatever
like,
the fuck you are. I can't open this door, you fucker. Move.
Oh, I missed. There's a zip line that probably takes us back.
Are you serious? I can't open this door because this dumb thing. Are you too?
Way to get fucked and stay there.
Oh my gosh. He's calling me again.
Who's calling?
Who's calling? Who's calling?
What's down here?
Oh, scream.
Wait and see lab.
Him
Oh yeah, there's a
scream.
portal over here.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, that takes us back.
Oh, that takes us
End of the
back. Okay. Yeah, I think. Okay, so I think my guess is I think we need to make the tram station key, and then. Sorry, I didn't mean to call, and then come back, and I think we need to unlock the tram station because I've like. I mean, I'm sure I haven't gone everywhere, but I've gone a lot of places through here already, and I haven't picked up anything new yet.
I'll call before I come. I won't just stop over.
Where does this one go? This goes to the what? Bio what lab? Who is speaking? Hello? Was this the portal? Isn't it like a little pool?
Yeah.
Where does this go? What is this? Hello? Like, I feel like they wouldn't, like, put something... Like, they wouldn't make this a whole area accessible if there's nothing here, you know?
Wow.
Ah! What's in here? Then let me go in here. Stop falling. Whoa! Oh, I don't have my thing on. Hold on. Hold on. I can't see. I can't see. Okay. Is there anything in here? Like, are these breakable? Okay. Are these breakable? Okay, so there's nothing in here.
Ain't nothing to see.
Ain't nothing in here. Power services. There's the portal. Hello, sir. Wee. No? Wait, is it because of my leg injury?
Not good.
There we go. Okay, now where is this? Sorry, where is this?
Doctor.
How am I missing him? Whatever. Oh my gosh, this is the mines?
I feel rather off color.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask that same thing, Horseman. Do you think we can, like, how much is there? Do you have an idea?
I'm pretty sure the reactor is the end. The reactor area is the end.
Is that what?
I
like,
don't
how
think.
far off
I
the
don't
air
think
is?
we're in the reactor area now. So we have to complete like everything in here, and then I think we're finished. I don't think there's anything after the reactor. I think we turn the reactor on and then kablam. Or
They're like, wow.
Wow! Congratulations! Amazing job.
Yep, still not bright out. You pooping?
No,
You need me to,
I mean, I was
you
getting
to die
water.
now?
I was getting
You're
some
throwing up
water.
on me?
Yeah, so we need to cook, but there we go. I was like, but yeah, I'm just gonna die. It looks like I will just simply perish.
Here's some food. Here you go.
Okay. Yeah. Consume.
Consume.
Consume. Teleporter synced. To charge it. You're charging your stuff.
Did you make the key?
Oh, I just got
Or is this
back.
the key?
I just no, that's my teleporter. I literally just got back. I was dying when I got back.
Where's the key? Where's the key?
Oh my
dying.
gosh. Okay, I need to
Hi,
do this.
dying. I'm
Craft
Dirge.
this. Okay, do this. Craft this. Okay, I have the key. No, we don't need the snow seeds. We got the pieces that we needed. I mean, if we need more of those pieces, we'll have to go back. But I only saw the 2, so. Okay, I have a tram station key. Boo, 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 boo. Alright, that's charged. Now I just need to charge my headlamp. My headlamp.
This is what we should have crafted more of, except for we didn't really need them here until the very end.
What, the charging station?
Yeah, I enjoyed this if we're coming up on the end, but I do think that, I don't know, like it almost feels like it could have been its own thing without crafting.
I mean, I think we kind of took the base building a little further than we were supposed to, because I see a lot of people who, like, when they play this game, they, like, literally walk around. They have the teleporters like I do, and they make a bunch of crafting benches, and they drop crafting benches down, and they have a bunch of different teleporters that craft all these different that teleport all these crafting benches, and that's how they get around. Like
Yeah,
we should. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I feel like the game does a poor job communicating that that's the play style.
No, that's just what I see a lot of people do, and I was just like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Like if I'm saying,
the
like, yeah, if that's
meta.
optimal. Like I don't. Also, like, well, why are you playing this game like optimally? I think the combat's
people
actually one of
play-
the weaker parts.
See, people play this game crazy. Because people be crazy. All right, so do we go back to the hydro plant or do we go someplace else? Like, what's the fastest way back there?
I think just straight through the hydro plant.
Because there's all those like
Maybe really just-
wackadoo portals that I don't really know.
Yeah, it's in that place I already forgot about. We might as well just go in a straight line from our base like we have the whole game. You know, to everywhere. Hey, you want to make this trip shorter? No.
No.
No, I actually don't. Thank you.
It's
I'm
pretty
very comfortable with...
convenient being like right outside a tram station though. That
Yeah,
was
I feel like
definitely-
that. As long as you aren't like inside of like an area, it's not
Yeah.
really that bad to have a base.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how I feel about it as a crafting game overall, or like even the survival side of stuff. Like I don't know. Like radiation's kind of punishing.
Yeah. Okay, so do any of the waterways take us where we need to go?
The docks?
No, like there's like that one's number 2. There's this one here. I think this one might be.
Did you go in it?
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is the best one. Wait, didn't you say you found another level 5 hacky somewhere?
Yeah, but I don't know if it was important. Hey man, I was trying to harvest that.
Sheesh. We just basically need to get down to the where the submarine is. I don't think that's the most effective.
Can I get my quill out of you? Hold on. Thank you. my ammo back.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, maybe this isn't the best one?
Target!
Okay, so then two goes over to the other one, which is broken.
oh yeah.
And then if you go out the door this way, there's the inside there.
Ah!
What?
Oh, I'm just getting shot at and I jumped and I hurt my ankies.
The Yankees, no. I don't think it's this one. So where's the next one? Wait, can I get to here? Because I've been to both? Yes. Okay, yes. So then you go here.
Darkness over.
And then I think... Wait, why are these I've been in these doors. Like, I've opened these doors from the inside. Why are they locked again? I think you can go up.
Oh, it's all the way down there. I can't get down there from this way. We gotta go down from that. Okay.
Hell yeah. I think this is it. Because isn't it here that we're supposed to be turning on eventually? Hydro plant, reactor flow. Yeah, that's where we're supposed to be going eventually. Wait, what? That's here. Oh, okay. So we're gonna have to go and turn this on eventually. Huh? Interesting. Okay. To fear factor? Yes. Can't you tell? Can't you tell by how similar they are? Oh my god, it's here! Dirge, I hope that when you said that level 5 door was not important, I hope that you were not talking about this one that literally just opened right to where we needed to go.
Probably.
Okay, so there's a door over here. This one says does not open from this side. How do we get there? Wonder if it's underwater? Under the sea?
Under the sea.
Here, it doesn't seem to be.
Clear the obstruction. Ain't got no antifungal gelatin.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think we need to go in the thing. I'm coming though. I'm on my way. I was just trying to find a way to open this door. But alas. But alas.
But alas.
But all ass. Learning is fundamental. Is it though? Can we all agree on that?
No.
Sorry. Right, so where is this fucking tram gonna lead us? I'm very curious.
What tall ass? Yes.
George is stuck in the pipe.
Oh no, wait, are you the friendly robot that I didn't get to see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we...
Dr. Derek Nance.
Oh.
I see you in the distance.
See me in the distance?
Yeah.
Oh,
Saw your flashlight, I'm pretty sure.
maybe. Wait, how did I get over here and how come I can't find it? Is it this way? Yes, this way. Like these. The good robot or the bad robot? Everything's a bad robot. Bad robot.
No, bad dragon. Oh. Different.
Alas. Oh, lassie. A lassie. All assy. Oh, I dodge you ready. Oh no, come back.
What? Ah! I was being attacked. I hear the thing squeaking. I'm right next to it.
No, I touched it on accident, but I brought it back.
Let me get my ammo back from these guys.
Does it have the rubby slippers? The rubby slippers?
Is it like the opposite of grippy slippers?
The rubby slippers? Hi, Dave. Welcome in. How you doing? Dave, you missed it. So remember last time I played this? And I did the whole underwater area and I like figured it all out and found it on accident. And I was like, wow, that was crazy. It wasn't that scary. I go in this time and there is a big fucking monster down there and it scared the piss out of me. I have no idea how last time I completely avoided it.
If I were the silicone tentacle guy, you guys would know.
I have no idea how I avoided it last time, but oh wow.
I know.
Can I have that?
Because they do sponsorships. Your spear looks cool.
6. It's the load spear. You can probably make one now. That I found they like drop like load stones.
Get a load of this spear.
Wow.
Or the Navipositor, Woofy. We all are familiar with the Navipositor, right?
Wait, where? Where's this? Oh, wait. Okay, so this should be right on the other side of... Yeah, okay.
In the offices, yeah, this is the office sector.
Okay, so then what? So we need something that we haven't found because
we need the fungicide.
Says there's a way out of the sector listed the reactors, but the path looks like it's blocked by explosion of fungal growth. Yeah, but we don't have. What did it say? It said what?
Fungicide.
Fungus. I don't have a recipe for it. Do you?
No. Was it on that computer you'd
I touched it. I read it.
You have no idea what it's like you do, just maybe not. I mean, yeah, Nikki.
Are you coming back on the tram? Do I'm gonna go back.
Survive the night. You faced the dark of the security sector and came out the other side. Wait, what?
You never finished the security sector with me, remember? I fucking did it.
Oh, yeah, I just got the thing from where? Are you going back?
Come back.
Put your ass back here. Dirge is never with me. Fucking, I peek around a corner for 2 seconds. Where are you leaving still? Get back here.
Moved it.
Get back here.
Okay, get in. Are you in? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in.
I see that now. Okay. Try this again. So there's something we need for fungicide or antifungal toe jam disinfectant powder. Why are you guys showing Nikki? Well, I guess it's Nikki. She probably has seen far worse things in her lifetime. Never mind.
She just said that she thought they were for playing with, and I said, yeah.
Well, that's why I was gonna be like, why are you like making Nikki look stuff up? But then I was like, it's Nikki. She probably like I said, she's probably seen worse, and she probably doesn't care.
I'm just more surprised that she doesn't know what they are.
Gosh. All right, fungal. Is there a portal in here?
Yeah, we just discussed earlier how I'm too poor for emotes. I'm way too poor for silicone.
Oh
particles.
my god. Oh my god. Toenail discoloration? Ew. What a twine off. Why is it locked?
Why'd you lock it?
Go up? I didn't lock it. I tried to
Why'd you lock
unlock
it?
I don't
Why did you
know.
lock it, Pink? Come on,
I
don't you don't have to lie to us anymore, Pink.
No, I don't know. Because I'm a horrible person. The silicone tentacles are
Okay.
why you're too poor. Also fair and true.
Listen. Just you're not my accountant, all right? I don't want to fucking hear it.
Okay, here we go. I read that one. Here we go. Read this one. I'm pushing the thing again.
My accountant said it's fine.
There's the lab. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I've read everything on the
If it's
computer.
it.
It's not that. Okay, so something else. So it's something else. Something else. Something else. I haven't
The
been
light
able
switch
to
in that
break any of
closet.
these plants. Have you?
No.
No.
Oh no, I missed.
My mozzarella sticks are on the way, guys.
Driver.
Okay, so these don't break, right? No, these don't fucking break. Okay. These, you can't pick up these plants. So... what do we do with a Klondike bar?
I eat Klondike bars pretty often.
I
They kinda
enjoy
go
Klondike
hard.
bars, yeah. I enjoy Klondike bars. Alright, so what is this called again? Let me look again. We need antifungal gelatin. Ew, can we go in this
the
goo?
gelatin.
Can we go in this goo? Have you tried to go in the goo? Oh, wait, this whole thing, you can't. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very
Is
interesting.
that you dying?
I'm not dying. I'm running.
Oh, there's yelling noises.
I'm running. We need
What would you do
our
for a
weenie?
Klondike bar?
We need...
I would pay the appropriate price at my local grocer.
Yeah, I would pay about $3.69 probably.
Yeah, for a box of
For a
them.
box of them, yeah. Approximately. The buoyancy
Okay, is there something over here with
okay.
water?
Okay, this says it's the
I'm exiting this
buoyancy
facility as
lab.
well. I have observed gate employees passing into the portal. None have returned, so they must be happy there. But there is no one to enjoy this garden now. Only myself. Take care. I would not want you to expire soon.
So, this portal,
Don't be weird about a gate.
is this the portal we're supposed to be going into?
I don't. Let me get my beeper out. I don't know where you are. Whoa.
Beat me anytime you want to reach me. Wait, is that actually how you find each other? No fucking shot.
No. No, it's not. I just do it to annoy you.
No, it is. Look, if you do it.
Where are you?
Oh no, it didn't do it. You like
Yeah, I
waved
was about
for
to-
a second.
Oh no, I did see you. There, I did see you.
Is this a new monster area? I don't know.
Yeah, this is the one I went through earlier. It doesn't go anywhere.
Right, but which portal did you, when you hopped in this one, which portal did you go to? Did you go to the one that's immediately in front of you, or did you walk around?
I went to that one, the one that you were standing right in front of.
No. When you jump in this one, it teleports you
Yeah.
somewhere, and then there's a portal directly in front of you, or you can walk around.
Yeah.
Did you go into the second portal?
No, because that's an old area.
Right, okay, so then... Clear the obstruction. So we need... We definitely don't have... anti... Yeah, we've no antifungal anything. Is there a person? We have, maybe there's a person? My mozzarella sticks are here though, guys. And I want to go get my mozzarella sticks.
Your what?
My mozzarella sticks. Sorry, was that not clear? Just appetizers? Because I already actually ate dinner, but then Dirge asked me how I would defend myself from a man that's made of mozzarella, and now I just want mozzarella sticks.
I might have frozen mozzarella sticks in my freezer, actually.
Let's just get up there. Okay, let me get my mozzarella sticks.
Fine tie. Is that your final response on the tentacles? Because like that's pretty, yeah, that pretty much sums it all up. On multiple levels, because that just means pervert in Japanese. Or perverted, I think. So, you know. Or you know. Pink chair? Oh, so that's what Pink abandoned me for the things.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Come on. Okay, I'm back. Hentai. Never thought there'd be a day where I just saw the word hentai with no context in my chat.
That's Nikki too, you know?
No, Nikki
That's
does not.
just chat.
The Nikki part doesn't surprise me.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's not even chat, that's just Nikki.
True. True.
We've corrupted the world.
We've corrupted the world? I participated in this?
No, me and Nikki.
Oh, that makes sense. The word wasn't banned? Because I've never had to ban it. It's never come up before.
Yeah.
But it also just went through.
I think it'd be really, it'd be kind of very few situations I feel like where you could use that word to be real wild, you know? Like I'm trying to think of all the permutations, but like Pretty tame word, right?
I
Like
mean,
that's like porn.
You can have like, we can have like regular conversations and be like, oh, well, hentai is a thing that does this, you know, like,
Yeah,
you can
or
have
like
intelligent conversations
like
about hentai.
games on Steam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Abnormal. Wait, Nikki, also I just found a thing. Holy shit, you have to jump puzzle.
Oh, right.
You have to jump puzzle. We gotta get to the top of the garden. There's the portal.
Where is you? Oh, you died.
Abnormal porn? I mean, listen. No, hentai is not inherently a more abnormal version of porn. People have been doing drawn porn, drawn erotica for entirety of human history. You've got like 20s like Betty Boop porn out there, and like the guy who made Betty and Veronica
Like,
was originally a smut artist.
Just think about all like the dudes out there that have like pinup girls tattooed on them from like my
That's one of those things where
grandfather's
like it's weird because like we become more puritanical about it in waves, but then like retroactive we look back on it, we're like, that was cool. Like the current era is just like Hugh Hefner Playboy era. Really gaudy blonde bimbos with blown out bad plastic surgery. I mean, that's fine, but that's like it's a cyclical art style or way of doing
You can still love pinup girls and have that still be the message behind it.
Yeah, I think
like,
pinup girls were cool because it was like those were for badass times. I just wanted to say porn. Well, you got everything stirring, Nikki. Alright, what's in this portal?
Hi, Zeus. Oh, you made it into the center? Okay, how? I can't find the way.
Just kept jumping, you know? I'm just a
Thanks,
really
Dirge.
big guy for jumping. And I, you know how
I'm
I have
too, but like, I just don't see...
What? I looked at several times
path, I
today that somebody has been like, what conversation have I walked into? Because that means I'm really firing on all cylinders this week.
Dr. Riggs.
Hi,
That means I'm
Haley.
doing
Welcome
my
in.
part.
Astonishing in the Exor village. A device capable of eliminating
The Crimson
biological
Nurnroot.
infestations from that region. She's calling it a kill switch, but the full capabilities of this device, let alone how it came
I don't know how to get there.
remains unknown. Someone
Like,
will
I
need
see
to
it,
go in
but-
there and figure it out. We'll try to do it without gatekeepers.
That's a zip
They're a
down.
variable I'd
Wait,
rather
is there
not
another side?
use.
Oh, is it on the other side?
Incredible environment.
Is it the other side? Stand on the, is the side you're standing on the way you came in?
I jumped on the other opposite side. No, I came from the opposite side.
Okay, so that's the problem. I'm on this side over here. Let me get over there. Maybe I'll see a
Yeah, I
path
can't
over there.
jump back up here. I guess I'll be going with you to find it.
Oh, no.
I guess I'll be joining you in this journey.
Oh no.
You aren't losing blood. I could be. I fucking could be.
Bitch, I might be. Wait, no,
Okay, how the
come
fuck
back.
did
Okay. No, oh, thought I fell out.
You got to do a lot of the crouch jumping here.
I do nothing of the sort. I'm already here. Wow.
You already made it to the top.
Yep. I found a path that I didn't find last time.
You're
You got
so
to Sailor
strong.
Jupiter. Let's go. How you doing, Zeus? What you up to other than Sailor Moon? Blood for lube. I hate it.
Blood for... Okay, see, that's like... I feel like that's worse than anything I've said today. I fell... Oh, God, my ankles.
How'd you fall?
I'm almost there. Hold on. Just wait for me, okay? Just please
I'm waiting,
wait.
but why are you going that way?
Please
Okay.
be respectful.
I'm very respectful. I'm waiting. Thanks. I hate
I hate
it.
it.
Okay. Village Den Daco year. Huh? God bless you. Oh no, 2 of my mozzarella sticks are stuck together. Now they broke. Oh no.
That's basically like only getting half of a mozzarella stick. You should try them for their crimes.
Oh, yeah. Definitely that.
Uber Feet. Yeah, this is where the Dr. Derek Mans came from.
Okay.
I already played that one.
Okay. Where is this? Another dimension?
I wasn't sure if we'd been here before. That's why I didn't want to go down the waterfall.
Oh, is that where we're supposed to
Portal
go?
just takes us backwards.
Anti-juice. Wait, should we have like buckets or something to be carrying anti-juice?
Oh, it's always been here. I realized that a while ago.
He's so bad at video games, he loses focus and gets, but that's cute. My mom played Elden Ring on my stream once for an hour, and she was like, okay, thank you. And she just like handed the controller back to me. I was like, bet. Bitch knows what she wants, how she feels. Did you go down the waterfall yet?
Did you?
No.
I haven't either.
Well, let's go.
Alright. Beep beep, bitch.
Okay.
It's gonna be so funny when we need the scuba suits.
I have my scuba suit, so.
You probably would, because you're a nerd.
Oh, okay.
That's a compliment. Where I'm from, on the street.
Oh, is it? Guess I just didn't realize, sorry.
Oh god, that's so many of them. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh, this is the Halo final planet, the fucking Half-Life final planet. Yeah, this sure as shit is. We are near that.
The Halo final planet, Half-Life final planet.
Yeah, it's, listen, if you were raised on the streets I was, you would get it.
I get it.
You would get it, where that
She gave you that, I know.
mountain.
It's just like, that's what I'm saying, like I wasn't upset, like she was just like, okay, I'm done, and I was like, all right, like you know you're done. You're like, I've done what I wanted to do. Bye. Holy shit. These guys take 5 ever to kill. Woo! That was crazy. Those chickens are furious. What is this, Legend of Zelda? Alright, have you found anything you can interact with yet? Pick up yet?
Exor wind chime.
Yeah, that's the only thing I found too.
Exor flail. Probably pretty good. Those guys just drop carapace as far as I can tell.
Yep, looks like it. Got him.
LMAO Zelda got him. Yeah.
Most classic gaming printers of all time. Exactly. They wish they were Zelda. My ear itches. Hold on.
Oh no. You did hold on when I did fight.
No. What terrible timing. Okay, for some reason they're not moving.
You're dead now, sucker.
Loser idiot. Hello. Okay, I guess not. Exor chop. passing away. Thank you for blocking me in the hallway.
I think I can save you. I got plenty of health. Oh, you got one of my quills in you. I gotta get that. I need that. Thank you. You're out here catching strays.
I know. I know. Alright, there's 2 more dudes, 3 more dudes over there. And then there's the wedge.
Oh, Exor Spear. I wonder if that's better than...
There looks like there is a king Exor over here.
Within will speak.
Are you friendly? You are.
We dare this. You come from nothing, wishing to escape. We clinked whispers. A sanctuary you would violate. Return to your home before Ninjati is aware.
Who is Ninjati?
Forget what you have seen.
Electric grinder? That sounds great. DJ Dave. Does this guy want us to whoop his ass?
No.
Did you just call us a bitch? Kin Hak Jal Da? What? You trying to fucking insult me? Say I come from nothing?
Wait, what's this?
I bet I'll find oil here and then we'll see. We'll see.
Transcendium. I have transcended. I just found transcendium.
Do you think it'll make us 10 times stronger?
I didn't learn a single recipe from it though, so.
Oh,
What?
so it sounds like you can transcend these nuts.
Mm-hmm. That was actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I can't get up here. I can't. Goodbye.
Jumping is so cool.
There we go. Jumping is cool. What? What's this?
Behind you, look out! Man, those spears you guys gave me busted yourselves up pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh, I think we go there. That looks glowing and green and important.
Oh yeah, I got so much HP left, it's crazy. You have any, you don't have any health shots, do you?
I do not. I used the only one I had.
Yeah, I figured that would be the case. If I sneak up, I get like, lethal almost every time. This guy looks like he's kind of just chilling though. So we'll see if I start getting sneaky XP. I'm getting sneaky XP.
Antifungal gelatin! You just pick it up. Ah! Ah! Get me out! There's a portal. I'm touching it. I touched it. What the fuck? Dirge?
What?
I just wanted to make sure you were with me.
Alright, no, that was totally normal. Alright, let's get this, antiverse defungled. You know, that's what the good Lord wants us to do, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a simple man of science.
Mm-hmm. Catch the bat. What? Like, what the fuck was that though? Like, we're not gonna talk about that.
Oh, that was just fine. I like how they were like, you know what? These people are probably done crafting at this point. They're probably sick of going back to their crafting then. They probably want to walk in here with their 2 HP and win. God, we're both just fucking heinously unhealthy right now.
Let's go, baby. Where's the out? Where's out? There it is. Okay. Power services. Oh, hello.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while you bust all that stuff up and die. No, I'm fine.
Everything's fine.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting, Research Director. The gatekeepers are indispensable. I do not deny it. They serve a necessary purpose, containing and occasionally culling some of the more unusual specimens our work requires. If ultimately their own agenda is not entirely clear,
What does that
not
say?
what concerns me.
Sagat detests
Their hocus
you.
pocus, their willingness to harness forces we have not analyzed or assessed. This is what I fear.
Ooh, okay. I did not let him burn to death. He was totally fine. He survived.
Burn Dirge to death. I'm healthier than when I went to go pee, some
You're
would say.
fine. He's fine.
So,
chat.
what did we learn?
What did we learn?
Did we do it? Are we doing it?
I opened the door, yeah. Look. I have no
Sorry.
fucking
There
health
we
though, so
go.
we have to find the health pack like soon.
Well.
Well.
Yeah, I got nothing. I got bandages. Lots of bandages.
The react.
Damn, I don't even know if we're gonna be going late if this is the last area.
Well, we don't know what like is coming. Like we just unlocked the reactors. The reactors is the last area. I don't know.
What
We'll
if we
see.
just snipe this guy and it's over? They're like, all right, credits roll.
Jover.
Poop your pants. Ooh, bleach.
I'm not going to lie to you. This is worse than I expected. Much worse. This sector is swarming with gatekeepers, which can only mean one thing.
Oh.
Gate is cleaning house.
Oh, blue shift.
Are the dirt. They were using a waygate in the center to come and go from this facility. But now those scoundrels have shut down the nuclear reactors that power it. I presume to prevent the invaders from using it. However,
Stargate?
we rather need that waygate to not
I mean, we
be
don't want them
closed.
using the Stargate, that's
But
for
no
sure.
need to get ahead of ourselves. Let's start simple with Dusk Reactor. That seems sensible. It just needs a little fuel, I imagine. I'm going to look around. Maybe poke my nose into a few spots and try to figure this place out a little more. I'll let you know what I dig up.
But I'm too poor to even look at that site. Yeah, I think I brought that up. One day we'll seize the means of productions, Nikki, don't worry. the production of bad dragons. The socialist utopia I want.
Perish fools. Oh yeah, so now we have to turn, okay, so we have to turn 5 reactor thingy things on. I just pushed this, I don't know what it does.
Can we just like live here now? Can this be our new home?
Sure, wanna go move everything? Same thing you said to me, right? Okay, so I just
You never
opened
moved
something.
anything. I moved everything the first time.
Well, because you picked that place and I was like, okay, we go there then.
It's perfect, and we've lived there ever since.
It has been perfect ever
Picked too good of a place. That's my problem. I'm too tactical.
Don't I get sponsored by
Dr.
who?
Derek.
By who? I missed the joke. I'm too slow, I'm sorry. Where does it go? What is
Saved your
this?
life. The office sector.
It's back in the offices, really?
Alert.
Oh.
Unsanctioned.
Gosh.
Detected.
The air feels different.
Meh. Oh wow, this is by our first base, okay.
I'm gonna go make more ammo and then I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
I'm gonna make some heals too, I guess. I try to.
Okay. Oh yeah, I need those. What is that? I like whatever noise that just was. He was like, "Boo." Retinal
Red
scanner.
Dragon, yeah.
Class 6. Oh, Red Dragon, not Bad Dragon. Lol. I didn't get the joke for a second because I was like behind, you know. But it's yeah. Red Dragon is computer supplies.
I forget how expensive they are, but I remember them being very expensive. I looked at their website once and I was like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but oh, wow.
Hi, Dusk. Huh? Welcome
We're,
back, I suppose. Okay. Oh, here's a Derek Mance. Oh, good, I can charge my stuff too really quick.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting.
Dr. Derek Mance.
One of the
How are you?
gatekeeper
I'm well. How are
dogs
you?
made a request to my department today. At first, I could not
I'm doing
understand a
well.
word she,
We are finishing this game today.
saying.
I'm making it my
Until I
goal. My
realized
one
they
goal.
were incanting something.
You okay?
Slowly, the words
Good. Did you have a nice week?
"Deliver us weapons" appeared on the wall behind me. Written, I later realized, in blood.
Put this back on.
Could someone not show these
Then-
animals how to use the email system?
Shoot.
Does he complain the aliens don't know how to use email?
I guess. Bro, I'm
Dr. Derek Mance.
There are human beings who don't know how to use email. What do you think this is?
Well, I mean, we're not all Dr. Derek Mance.
That's true. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I forgot I have no health. Ah. No.
Now you done fucked up. Now you done fucked
Just saw
up.
you and I was like, who is this? Fair. Apparently, a little over 3 years ago, you said the same thing. Who is this?
Who is
Thanks for coming back. No, I got too ballsy. Stop.
You flew
Yeah, I
too
knew
close
it.
to the sun.
Okay, it's okay. I've got to check in right here. Look at that. Oh wait, where does this go? I found a tram. I'll take it back. I'm just gonna figure out where it goes.
Oh man, I need honey.
Oh, honey.
Oh, honey.
Aw, honey.
Honey.
Where is this take? This
I
is
love
still
that
in the
our
reactor,
fucking
huh?
base is the most radiated place in this entire fucking area.
It is, yeah.
Like we put no fucking nothing's in radiation casing, so it's just constantly pouring radiation into my organs.
Is this one where I can continue? Plus 5, let's go.
Good
Sleep.
night,
Good night,
Dusk.
Dusk.
Okay,
Get good
I don't know.
sleepies. I hope it's restful. burn in the 7 rays. Ray, how could you? Ray, how could you? Where does all this go? This area is huge. Can't come back sooner next time.
Yeah.
Hope it's not another 3 years. And then he comes back in 3 more years and he's like, who's this?
Who the fuck are you?
I just saw you.
I gotta go to bed. I hope I'm here for this moment. I want to do like the Reddit exclamation point. Remind me 3 years.
Remind me in 3 years. Lol.
All right, I'm
Do you
gonna
guys
bring
think I'll
so
still be
much
streaming
healing.
in 3 years? Okay, that's an
Do you think
elevator.
that we'll still? Do you think everything's?
We'll still be playing
not an answer to
Abiotic in
anything.
3 years.
Yeah. Do you think that? Yeah, I hope that everyone still exists in 3.5 years or 3 years or whatever.
I also hope everyone still exists. Yeah. I'm not allowed to stop. Bro, I'm turning 40 in a month. Eventually people are not gonna let me.
What are they gonna do? Beat you up?
Yes, like
give
they're
that
gonna
to you?
deactivate my Twitch account.
No. That's when you just like let your hair go a little bit grayer, and you just brand as like an elderly Elden Ring streamer.
Oh my
Kids
god.
will eat it up, like that grandma
Oh
who
my
played
god, that tactical
Elder
grandma or
Scrolls.
whatever.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and then there was
yeah.
the Elder Scrolls grandma. That's right.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah, people love it.
Logan's run,
You
but
know,
it's
the crochet
streaming.
needle.
Oh,
Just
I
always
hate
setting
it.
down the crochet needles whenever streaming starts.
I hate it. I hate it here. I'll be closer. Yeah, but you're not the one streaming. You're the one consuming the content. I'm the one making this. I'm the one making this painful content every night after night after night.
I'm plenty old, and I say you stuck.
You stuck. Oh no. Torch. What? The first aid kit. Oh, no heals though. The geriatric version of Twitch is called Tremor. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that?
Any secrets behind this waterfall? No. Not a single secret behind this waterfall.
Don't go
you
Jason Waterfalls. Wait, I'm trying to use it. Oh, I can't use it?
Ooh, a Kira elevator.
Just another cleanup job.
What's going on? I don't know what that's.
Oh no, I fell off the elevator. Oh fuck, ow, my legs. Ah, oh, fuck you. I just made it all the way back here with heels and stuff. Fuck you. Oh, my bride, my organs. My pride in my organs, that they were doing so good staying inside my body.
Just another cleanup job.
Where is he? No! Big fight arena? It kinda does. Bye. Oh, this is a dead end. A dedge. A dedge.
What? happened?
Okay, well that guy was easy. Okay. Are you taking damage at all? Oh, you're putting up a shield? Okay, like, what if we didn't do that, you know? Bye.
Let's close.
Why do you guys all have shields? Body shields. How come I can't break this glass door? It's made of glass.
Graham's locked in another station. How does that...
Gatekeeper neophyte. Alright, what like hurts you? Yes, electricity does? Okay, cool.
Oh no. I can't do that. Oh, the keypad thing strikes again. Level 6.
Fuck. Yeah, that's an optical one or whatever.
Yeah. Did you hit the level 5 one behind the counter over here?
I've hit a few. I don't know which ones yet. Because there's like, looks like there's multiple
right by that
reactors. So. Alright, email terminal. Transuranic super alloy, hard light shield, and an ionized something, and digital gold. Interesting. Hi. Oh, you're a ZMB. I thought you were a scientist, a fellow scientist, fellow man of culture. Plutonic blood? Alright, getting rid of paper to pick up plutonic blood.
In the first instance, we have created a highly complex and ordered societal existence in Antiverse 2.
Liquid crystals as well.
We're forced to regard them as sentient, possibly
Science zombie!
This is not...
Blinded me with science!
There is no escaping the fact. None of them are native to the worlds we're finding them on. Something brought them here. The crux is the monument at the center of their settlement. Not a structure,
yeah, I can pick
warhead. Indeed, increasingly, I am sure the creature is not natural at all, but a bioweapon designed to be introduced to the region and clear it out.
It's not there, no. Deliver us weapons. Yep. Ooh. This is kind of dark and scaly. Ooh, what are these boxes? These are new. Oh, it's new stuff! Oh, hold on. Can I pick? Okay, arcane scrap. I can't pick. Okay, hold on. I need to actually go to stuff because I need to pick this up. Okay. Shit. I'll get rid of this. Get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. Okay. Pick up the arcane. Oh, it was arcane scrap was something. Okay, that's fine. That looks like multiple things. Ooh, more plutonic blood. Okay. So these right here that look like they're burned have these two things here. Archaic scrap, arcane scrap, there we go. Oh! Big boy.
What happened?
He's a big one. Oh, he's so strong. Oh no. Oh no, I love that now. Locked door, no. Oh, I got got.
Oh yeah.
I got got.
Yeah, I see ya, but I got no fucking idea. That ain't happening.
Okay.
Journal the Unlost. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, more. That looks like a fucking minigun. No, let me get the dog. Let me get that minigun.
Dog.
Dog. I see you got a fucking minigun right there, dog. Let me get that fucking.
That
Holy shit,
fucking
Loot
mini
City
dog.
now.
That mini dog.
You got that. Let me see that mini dog. Oh yeah, they got lots of ammo up here. This would be a great place to spawn camp. Power cell.
Okay, so here's the level 6 one, right? Yeah, and then I got the one that's over there. Yeah, I got that one too. Yeah, I think that's
Behind
what
the
you're talking
counter.
about.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got that dog in here.
You really got that dog, bro. There's also a respawn thing underneath the level 6. If you didn't
Yeah,
see
I got
it.
that's where I respawn. Smaller than the chickens.
Okay.
Yeah. She thinks she's tough though, and she'll like bark at them, and then one of them will just like move. Like it won't even do anything threatening. It'll literally just like move. She'll freak out.
Oh, I have heals for you. I just respawned.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just inside. I haven't gotten very far. That's a chihuahua for you. Yeah, but she's also microscopic, so there's also that.
Oh, where are you?
Here. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Was that you waving?
Yeah.
Actually worked.
Yeah. See, we should have been doing that the whole time. Thought you were gonna be like, that's what I have been doing every time I'm pushing it.
The fuck are you? I said you were right there. Now I don't see you.
Let's keep going straight. Like, straight down. Gatekeeper witch. Oops. Oh, you're above. You're below now. Look.
I see you.
There's a ladder right there. Right there.
Yeah, that's where I found all that stuff.
Yeah.
Where I was like, oh, there's a pile of ammo over there.
Yeah.
Large chocolate chip cookie, and now I can't find it. Oh no.
Oh.
Here. There's heals on the ground. There you go.
They got automated, and it said, "I fuck you in the ass, bitch," and then it just said "bitch" because he got automated.
That's fun.
Yeah. Wow, guys, it's been so long since I've had a fucking troll. Maybe things are looking up.
Their fucking profile picture is of a fire truck. We've got fucking toddlers in here. You didn't pick up the heals, the 15 heals I dropped.
Oh, I didn't even see. I'm sorry. Hold on, coming here. Mature and pleasant person. It's just funny. Like, it's literally been so long since like anything like that has happened, and like since anyone has come in.
Yeah, I actually just kind of assumed that like.
I feel kind of good now. Did you drop them
Like,
again
oh,
or did you pick them up?
do they know you? They're there, right here, right here.
I'm coming.
Yeah, it sounds like hell behind here.
I'm so happy for you. I know. Thank you. Thank you. Things are looking back up again, guys. Is he sub? No, he's in my chat.
No, that's for the shared chat.
He's in my chat. He would have a sub icon. Entei 1625. Pink will take exactly. I'll take what I can get.
Yeah. I just like I don't. Huh.
I just like, not in a sad way because it doesn't bother me, but it's just like, what, like, why?
Yeah, like, what do you get?
What did I do? What?
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to like
like-
rationalize in my head is like, what? Yeah, what do you get out of that? You know?
Okay, what? I fuck you in the ass, bitch. Like, I'm not sure how you... okay. Present them. Like... What? That's a fall. Is he DMing you? Doesn't look like it.
Are they doing it for a quota? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, like... like, you're on the
It could be
internet, like, what? Okay, like I said, present them. Okay. Sure. Let's do it. Oh, wait, you can't? What? Just typing that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like I don't like.
It's so I'm not even mad.
What do
It's
you
actually very
accomplish?
fucking funny to me. Like I just like.
Yeah, I just never understood like it has to be a child, right? Like that's the only
It's either a
Hopefully.
child or somebody from a different country.
Yeah, learning English, and they're like maybe
No, like a different country where like
somebody
they probably don't have women
somebody
there.
told me that my friend who speaks English told me to go say this to all the streamers. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like it could be, I don't know.
Is he still chatting with you or just put? No. That's,
Yeah, we're
he
just
said,
talking
he
for
said
him.
two things. He said "fuck you in the ass, bitch," which got auto-modded, and then he just said "bitch." So like,
Yeah,
like
and
you
then me
guys
and-
didn't see the one that said "fuck you in the ass, bitch" because it got auto-modded. I'm telling you that exists.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, present them. Like, okay, sure. Let's go.
Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Yeah, Wolfie's like, where is he? How is he still speaking to you? My reaction is probably not at all what they wanted to. I just went, oh, and I just deleted them. Someone make sure he didn't join the Discord though, just in case. Just in case. What's over there? Okay, I went down here though. I love trolls. Listen, trolls mean you've made it. You know, I don't care what anyone else says. I say trolls mean you've made it. That means that somebody, hi sir, somebody pulled my stream up and was like, she is so fucking absolutely hideously butt ugly, I cannot not say something. Or she's so fucking absolutely unentertaining that I have to say so, like, or they just literally were trolls. Like, who cares? I'm coming. I had to go all the way back because one of these fucking enemies hit me and literally knocked me all the way off the map when I was trying to make my way
Why
back.
did you let them do that?
I didn't let them do. Didn't let them.
Like when you were letting that guy
Thank
come into
you.
your chat and troll you a second
I know.
ago.
I
It's
just I
crazy.
let him. I just, you know, I'm a masochist, so can't help it. Excuse me. Are you up or are you down now?
Plutonic carapace.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of them just don't do anything. A lot of them are like bots, and they kind of like take themselves out. Your car's TikTok page?
I'm actually here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
Stop.
This is Dr. Derek Mance.
No, stop. Come back.
How such a creature as 0139 evolved is beyond me.
So beautiful makes you feel inferior. Well, that's most likely not the situation. And that's not just me being like self-deprecating and negative. Like there are way hotter girls who show way more than I do that they can get their rocks off anywhere
Well,
else.
everyone's got a niche for who they want to insult, though. You know, people.
I hate.
You know, you're bringing something to the table that really gets them worked up.
Right, I was like, none of it is
You're getting those freaks real worked up.
100%
Like
aboard,
a special
kid.
breed of-
Reactors. Get the hell out of here. Made it this far. Just gotta keep our heads
Yeah.
down. It'll be okay. Over there, Gale reactor. Gotta reach it, and this is what I gotta do. I'll do it. Gatekeepers or no gatekeepers.
Oh my god, he's building a bridge to get over there. Okay. And then these aren't open. Okay. So then this is a dead end for now. Wait, this might be a late night chat. This last area is fucking huge. A much hotter personality. Thank you. Again, I'm not being self-deprecating. I'm just saying, like, genuinely, in the big wide world of Twitch, there's so many other people that it's just like the only
yeah, they could have been insulting me.
They want to fuck you in the ass, bitch. You're right. I shouldn't. You can get fucked in the ass, Dirge. I shouldn't discriminate.
Yeah, like come on.
I'm sorry,
That was
Dirge.
kinda
You can get fucked in the ass. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. What is this? Capacitor? Oh. Are you puking? Why are you puking? What? How are you? Oh. You literally died the second I turned around and you just like went horizontal. I was like, what? How does that work?
Yeah, it's fine. My body just does that sometimes.
Plant toolbox.
It's not
Listen.
that way. That way is the exit.
I'm happy I got a troll. I'm gonna boost my numbers, baby. Boost them. Ooh. Boost them.
I mean, listen, if kids are coming here to troll, maybe Twitch still has the juice.
Maybe I haven't lost it after all, chat. 2026 is the year we get partner. It's all true, and it's all trolls.
Yep.
Listen, if I get partnered from being hate watched, I literally wouldn't even be mad.
I would collect enough income to quit streaming and then quit streaming.
Dream a little bigger? Nah. That's my goal.
I would get, yeah.
Just pure comedy. They kind of are. It's content, honestly. Thanks for the content. Oh, hello? Oh, another Zambi, another fake out. I thought it was a man. I thought it was a man. It's so fucking dark in here, dude. Alright, so it says activate dusk reactor, and I haven't figured out how to get in there.
Why not? Why not, Pink? Pink, why not?
I almost peed a little bit. Because I'm just a girl.
Pink.
I prefer hanging out
Why
with
not?
funny adults. It's true, Dave. It's true. I just told you because I'm just a girl and I don't know anything.
I don't know about
I don't know anything. I'm just a girl. Oh my gosh, I found another dog picture, guys.
a new one.
Yep, so now we have three. Three different ones. This one is called Kyo.
There's a song, The Loophole. Is that how you feel, Dirge? I don't really feel much of anything. If I'm
I have to
being
turn a base to
completely
put those on the
honest
shelf.
with you, Nikki.
To go all the way back. I have a teleporter though, so it's not a big deal. Then I have to get all the way back here, which would suck. Okay, so that goes there. What's that? What's this? Where does this go? Does this literally... Ah, I literally go nowhere. I almost died. But I didn't. But I did not. Ba-da-da-da. But I did not. But I did not. But I did not. But I did not. That scared me for a second. My singing? Wow, Nikki. Wow. Wow. Am I wearing? No, I'm wearing that. No, it was beautiful. Wow, thanks. Ba-da-da-da. Stop! Oh, Dirge, you scared me.
I knew I'd scare you. I knew I could. I saw you in the distance and I started leaping.
Oh my god. The betrayal. Oh my gosh, that scared me. It scared me. You can still do exclamation point clip on the phone, Norseman. You still type the same thing.
That's so funny.
I know, whenever people are like, I can't do it, I'm on mobile, I'm like, it's the command is the same thing, no matter which one you're on.
You're funny.
You're so funny. Okay, not that way then, this way. Sorry, you know me. True, true. True, true. All you youngins who don't know how to use your phones.
So true, so true.
Okay, so where's the quest marker? This way? Where's the quest marker? Does it turn on if I do this? It was just here. Oh, it's over here. What? Reactor. I'm so confused. That's dusk. So we went over here. How come we can't get on here? The pocket internet box? Gonna go look for my cookie. Now I want cookies, guys. Guys.
Sticks and cookies.
Okay, so there's gotta be... Oh, look, hold on. There's a thing here.
Were we just supposed to take that other...
Dorage, look. Dusk reactor. Ladder.
Yeah, why didn't you
Because I'm
see
an
that?
idiot. I'm
Why are we doing that?
stupid. I'm stupid. Is this? That's 5. Oh, I hacked this already, and then we can't get in here. Oh, we can. Okay. Oh yeah, I did this.
Those doors are glass. We should be able to smash those. I
said
disagree with that.
Okay, and oh yeah, this big man scared me out. This big man scared me.
Oh, that's a little bitch.
Oh, he's not a little bitch. He's scary. A flickering eye and whatever else he dropped I can't pick up. Come on, ho. Turn around. Turn around and shoot Dirge. I'll take your shield off too. Take your shield off, ho.
Get that shield off. You can fucking stay there, buddy.
Yay! What he dropped? Oh, a human arm. Oh, imbued parchment. Lodestone fragment. Arcane scrap I can pick up. I can't pick up the other two though. I guess I can if I get rid of stuff.
Inventory full.
I know, same, but I actually have stuff, which sucks. Okay.
I have mostly I have
oh, I can get rid of this too. Hold on. Okay. that. I forgot. Okay. All right. So technically, it's back here. It says too easy. Yeah. Very, very. Oh yeah. I opened that, and that won't open. Okay. So do we have to do something up? I did this. It just opened this front door, which is already open. Okay. So. Oh wait, security hasn't been opened over here. Hopefully this is still a 5.
Oh, hold on, Pink. His head can be scrapped down for an eyeball.
Oh, what's the eyeball for?
That might be the level 6 scanner.
Oh, good call, good call, good call. Oh, the little eye bot thing that's like following.
Wait, hold on.
around.
Do you have an empty spot?
No, but oh yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Here, pick it up so that way you can see what I'm talking about and show your chat. Cause yeah, there's a little eye. It looks like one of the eyes. Gonna mention that the eye is still moving.
Yeah.
In there.
So hold on. When when we killed this, yeah, there's an eye right here, flickering eye, but I can't pick it up. Hold on. Let me get rid of something else so I can pick that up. I'll get rid of. Fuck.
Yeah, that's one of his eyes.
Yeah, that might be the level 6. We don't have the recipe yet though.
Oh, cause we okay, yeah.
Because it's usually attached to a quest. Usually. All right, so we need to figure out how to keep going. So there's got to be something up here.
Medical clinic.
That's the thing. Oh, look, here's another one of those.
Dropping.
Anti-nurse check. Okay. Where are you? Oh, please.
Oh, prick. Can't defeat the power of friendship, baby.
Anithiol. Do we already have Anithiol? Shit. Okay. We must, because I'm not learning anything. Okay. I'm not learning anything. Okay.
New compendium thing.
Look at that chair. Well, lady.
Hiya.
Oh, it's the trader lady. Oh, here's a map. Hi, Floral.
Hey, Floral. I need the console's second opinions. Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's one thing I got. It's to fucking a lot of opinions.
Something's moving.
New mag.
Are any of them good? I never said that. I just said I had a lot of them. Don't go trying to put me on the spot like that.
Huh? Huh?
I missed all those kind of on purpose because I thought they were homing shots.
Thought they were homie shots.
Yeah, I was trying to help.
Whoa. This is a library, guys. Look at
Okay,
this
how are you
library.
doing? Hi, I'm just good. Bun just busy recently. Are you doing all right medically? I know you were in the hospital last time I talked to you. Hi, moving box.
This. Yes.
Right, you're a nice little guy.
Oh, I've been here. Okay.
Okay, so wait, why are you being sappy? What's going on? What happened? You're Gucci now? Okay, perfect. As long as you're Gucci now.
I did. It was actually all copies of The Lord of the Rings. It was really strange.
I have a bunch of those in my butt.
Lord of the Rings books?
Yeah.
Hi. Where's this elevator go?
Let's find out. It's me, Mario.
And the original printing of, yeah, it's actually the handwritten manuscript of Twilight. It's crazy. Oh, it went to the bottom of this fucking stairs. Grandma's inbound, okay.
So did we accomplish anything?
No, we went in a big circle. But it's okay, I want to go back.
Hank,
we're exploring.
we are always
I
going in a
haven't
big...
been here before. I don't know anything.
A lot of my bullets over here. There's a guy in here.
We're supposed to
He
open
looks kinda ornery.
this, but I don't know how. Okay, so this is offline. And then we went in here, right? Gate
The
cascade,
first goes
atomic
down.
movement.
We've seen them go. You got cargo elevators. Those go kind of on a diagonal. And then like those like a Pope mobile is kind of like a sideways elevator.
Why are we being rude to me? Why are we picking on me? I'm just a girl.
I'm helping.
I'm just a girl.
Kind of one time while he was visiting me. We're gonna kiss him before we went. I thought you were not kissing. I asked him to give the kiss back, so I kissed him again. That just all seems like you guys are both cutie sweeties, and I want to throw up.
My gosh,
Two
is this a slushy
saccharin or
machine?
my oldest.
My gosh, that's slushy. Slushy! Slushy! Oh, a slushy bomb?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I agree with your logic, I think. Should probably use some of these heals that I just carry around.
Medical clinic.
Oh, a grilled pork chop.
We've been in here. So what the fuck? So how do we get in this room then? Hold on, let's look. Okay. You are here. Dusk reactor. Site map unavailable. Clearance restricted. Suck my nuts. That's this unfair.
What's going on?
I don't know how to open this door. Like, this is the door we're supposed to be going in. And I don't know how to open it. And this won't open either. Girl complications are horrible. Nothing to brush off. I ended up with surgery. Oh. Don't like surgery. I don't like surgery.
Like the surgery.
We're not
Unless it's
gonna
necessary.
take it.
Unless it's your pancreas, we're gonna take your pancreas and
Anymore. And sell it. Whoa, don't sell my pancreas.
I don't think anybody wants a pancreas. TBH, TBH.
Yeah, what do you need it? What do you even need a pancreas for? Let's be real, guys.
So we just ask that you'll send us all your pancreases and we'll dispose of them for you.
Your pancreases.
Pancreasy.
Your pancreasy. Yep, that's precisely.
That's what they call them medically.
Heard it here first, chat.
Dusk reactor. There it is. I can see it with my eyes.
I know, and I can't fucking figure out how to get in here. There's gotta be a level 5 hack somewhere. Insulin. Just get insulin like the diabetics do.
Yeah, you can just buy that. No, we've moved past it. Home 14-year-old me. Oh man, I don't think it's possible that they're like different forms of cringe, you know?
the fuck?
Oh, Nikki, she died. Yeah, that's how she's doing. It was terrible. The surgery didn't work.
Oh, the old
We
Nikki?
lost her.
She's dead.
Yeah. It was an AI.
Look what you made.
Do you see
me
they're
do.
turning Stan Lee into an AI to show up at comic conventions?
Oh, please
and, like,
kill
doing
me
a
now.
hologram thing?
I don't want to live in this world anymore.
Stan would have liked that. He was an awful
would
person. He would have
he?
loved that.
I don't think
Yeah,
he
he
would
would've.
have. I don't think he would have liked being an AI.
I think Stan would have liked it. Yeah, I think he would have.
There's a layak over there, but I don't fucking know where to go. I really don't. Maybe this isn't right. Like, do we have to do something else to open this?
Have you gone over these fancy books?
Yeah, I just was talking about the library that's full of Lord of the Rings, and you were like, throw up my butt.
Yeah, that does sound like pretty, yeah. Pretty on brand.
Yeah.
Why are you not healing yourself?
Where does this go? Have we figured out where this goes? Oh wait, this is just back. That's right, this is just back. Oh wait, no, we can continue on. It's like one stop there. Oh, thank you for healing me. One stop there, and then we can continue.
Oh dear.
Ice cream sandwich?
Right at all.
I wish I had an ice cream sandwich. Guys, stop.
You've been exposed to a lot of radiation. Wow. Quit being a
Wait, are
baby
we just
about
gonna
it.
fall off of this?
I sure hope so.
Oh, no, it opens. Okay. Opens here? That's dangerous. Ah! Jump!
Yeah, Pink, you don't jump as good as me. I don't know if you remember
I
that.
know I don't jump as good as you. No, it's because I had an existing leg injury before I tried to make
Oh,
that
you had
jump.
a pre-existing
A
condition?
pre-existing
Yeah.
condition, yeah. Called being a woman.
I dropped a bunch of stuff off at the house. Maybe sneak in a quick little, dirty little upgrade.
Oh. This is the lab, okay. And then this is the office, south it says. Which was right by, okay, which is right here. Okay, Zambi, not right now, sir. Our first home. No time of the month, so yay.
Aw.
Yay. You fucking what, mate? You fucking what, mate?
Sure, Floral. Show us your the songs of your childhood. Seeker Quill, Throwing Quill, Seeker Quill. Okay.
Huh. Polished human skull.
Hotwire.
Oh dear. I don't feel right at all.
You don't feel right at all. Exor flail. Red paint out the helmet.
Okay.
There's doors in the chest. I know, right? Guys, look at my dog pictures. The collection is growing. Hi, Mock. Look at, I am winning because look, I have free dog pictures. I have free dog pictures. Free dog pictaroos. I'm winning. That's winning. That's winning at life right there. 3 of them. Free. 1, 2, free. 1, 2, free.
Do you think the upgraded combat suits would let you use the weapons? Because it doesn't say that they do. What if it's you have to upgrade the things?
So we still haven't discovered whatever goes in that. Still haven't discovered that shit. Okay. That's fine. Haven't discovered that.
Format's weird. We sang a sorrowful tune and just wrong. Just wrong. Become our own perfect love song. So proud of love. I can't read this out loud. I want to throw up. Feelings are gross and people shouldn't have them. That's where I stand on it.
What? How'd you die?
Because I wanted to.
Oh. Right. You forgot to keep hydrated?
No,
yeah.
our house is a hotbed of radiation.
You're a hotbed of radiation. Well, who built our house in a radiated zone?
No, it's because none of our boxes are radiation proof and we just dump everything in there. There's nothing to do with the location of our home.
You think it has nothing to do with the giant green radioactive pool to the side of us?
No, that's fine.
Right, you're right. You're right.
Dreadful past. Honey,
You're right,
I
Bessie,
ponder
you're right.
how long will we last? Not much longer at this rate.
Oh no, we are gonna last forever because we're never gonna finish this because I don't fucking know where to go.
I don't know. I just made a battery for the car so I could drive the car around. Honestly, I was just like, well, Pink will figure this out eventually. Just drive this car around.
Request a night pass from your super.
Pink will figure it out eventually, I guess.
Man, driving sucks in this.
Okay.
Off the trans Pink? They're even transing our Pinks now?
Dirge!
Can I scare you?
Yes! I'm in, go ahead.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hey.
Sunlight City, gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire.
Oh god, I just see us rolling.
Or maybe you should drive.
No, I don't drive in these types of games.
You back? Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
The
okay.
passenger seat, I can see you.
Yeah, I'm here, so.
.30 turn. That's how this whole game's set up. It's such a bad game to have driving in, but it's kind of fun because of that, but also like, no, what are you doing? See, we need to think about this as cars. Pink, that was our mistake.
Yeah.
Like that thing, we even, yeah. We even tried to hit one of them with a car.
Amazing. Oh, he's on the car now. I can hit him.
Car now,
I can
this
hit
is
him.
like, I don't like that they have grenades now.
Yeah, they like get smart. Get smart.
Like, that's not really fair, you know?
All right, let me look at the journal. Okay, activate the gatekeepers. Okay, hydro plant, security sector, reactors.
Yeah, I'm always
Gatekeepers
ready.
have
Well,
overrun Neo Marauders.
I was actually
insane-
born ready.
Okay, Dr.
A lot of
Khan
people
says the
don't know that
gatekeepers
about me.
enter and exit the facility some kind of way gate, but they've shut down the nuclear reactors that power each reactor. It has a unique name, and to power the backup started dusk. Okay. That doesn't help me. We need to start. Okay. It just says the dusk reactor, and like I don't know. Like we've gone to the dusk reactor. Like we can't get in
Cars
there.
give me... Are those two interconnected? Are those lines both in the poem? Like, are they next to each other? Or are you fucking Lin-Manuel Miranda over here? What do you think is worse? I don't know. Poetry's innately cringe. So, like, you suck for doing any part of it. But, like, once you get past that, like, I don't really have an opinion. You know? It's just poetry. That's fine.
It's just poetry.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's how it works. There's that banger about Osmondius, and that's about it. Yeah, Percy Byron Shelley. That dude did a bunch of opium and wrote some cool shit, and that was it. Then poetry was all tapped out.
Oh no. I'm blooding.
No. And me sucking? I don't think you suck. No, I never said that, and I disagree with that. Said poetry to me innately is not something I enjoy. But that's fine. Cringe. And like I said, suck. Where do you think they hide the... Because like part of me thinks it's like thinks it's like right there. It's in that mess of fucking trees.
Well, I've gotten up to the top where that like random guy is. I've spoken to him. And he's like, I'm just gonna build a bridge over there.
Can we build the bridge?
Yeah, I don't see why we couldn't. I like how it says facility, like the facility is saying it. Okay, so then this doesn't go anywhere though.
Oh, okay. How have you been? Hold on, wait, Flora. We're gonna take a right and shield. He's probably not gonna want to stay in the hug position. And anyone who wants to see a cat getting hugged. Okay, you can go. You're free. You're free. So did you figure it out while I was hugging my cat?
No. Dirge, I did not. Sorry,
Well, you know what? I'm here to
working
let
on
you
it.
know that I do not feel let down by that.
I'm working on it.
No. You're doing your best.
I'm gonna bleed out before I make any progress, though, unfortunately.
Why are you bleeding out?
Because
Stop that. You're bandages. You're an adult.
Because I've dropped all of my cloth to make room for all this shit.
God damn those explosive guys. Fucking suck.
Activate the dusk ray. Okay, but there's gotta be there's something we're missing. First of all, there's gotta be a first aid. Here's a first aid right here. I bet you there's a bandage.
I've seen worse places, I think.
There we go.
What if we put on the old hazmat suits and swam around in the goop?
Oh, go for that. Yeah, definitely. So that does not.
I did it without the suit.
This does not open. This is locked.
Oh yeah, no, this is just flat. That's just flat, boring radioactive. It's not even.
Turd was lost the abyss. Yep. So there's nothing here in security to turn anything else on.
That's a good point, Nikki. But also, you're not supposed to do that. You think that these cookies never existed? We've now got ghost cookies. Now that is a mystery.
Mystery. I hate that. That's so unfortunate when they forget something for your order.
Dusk reactor, let us in.
You carried them and paid for them.
They're coming.
Hi, driver. Welcome back. Can't see anything in my own fire here. Okay, so this is locked, right? This door is locked.
They're coming.
Oops. This door is locked. We are stuck. Maybe.
Stuck.
We just haven't found our way yet.
Just like real life.
Yep. This opens, yeah. Which then leads to this, which does not. Okay.
You cannot open this from this side. Yes, 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 yes. That makes sense to me. A man who has no reason to see why a glass door could stop me from doing anything in any scenario, let alone this one. But
Oh wait, I think I found something. Maybe?
Did you? Did you?
I don't know.
Have you found it?
I found a new path that I didn't find before.
Is it the path to victory?
We'll see. All you can eat sushi tomorrow.
Oh man.
I would be jealous, but for once, this is my moment to say I actually don't like sushi.
I love sushi.
I've done it! I've done it! Oh my gosh, what has got me?
I am so sick
better
of these
fucking not die
fucking
right now.
pricks. God, like, I need my fucking ammo. I don't use your fancy little assault rifle, little guy. I got my own little fucking thing going on.
Also, how come I can't pick up this map? Got to eat your weight. That's probably actually too much sushi.
Yeah, they might run out of fresh fish at that point, and that could get dangerous. You know, they'll just be throwing everything at you.
Running, goodbye. No, you do not open doors, you're dumb. No! 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 I'm gonna die!
You're gonna destroy the marketplace of ideas.
Oh no, another! Oh my gosh, carbuncle! Ugh.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of them around these parts now, apparently.
No.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Maybe I can make
that's
it,
so
yeah.
unfortunate. Do you think so? I opened the double doors, so you should be able to get into the double doors like the yellow double doors that were blocking the way, because I opened them. I crawled through the vents in the ceiling.
That way.
I'm not even halfway. You have a little bit.
The reactor doors. Which double?
I can't. I have stream delay, so no.
No, yeah, I'm definitely started doing what we like to call heading in the wrong direction. There we go. Yeah, just in time to watch you die. That's sick. That's sick as fuck, bro. No. These windows don't break. No.
Oh, no. I have to try to find my fucking way back like I'll be able to or some shit. Like I'll be able to.
Oh, you should be able to.
Why?
Mark
No,
with the raid.
Arc Star.
How was your Abiotic? I forgot I'm about to stop. Did we beat it tonight? Pig swears we can beat it tonight.
The next
You won't
reactor
be
sucks.
beating it
The
tonight.
first one sucks. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. I don't take that as an answer.
We got this.
Not with that attitude.
He needs to quit exploding on me. It's gotten real dangerous in here.
It's gotten a little spicy, it's true. You don't have faith. Faith.
The next one's more dangerous, but I haven't felt in danger at all. Ever. Getting hot in here.
What even is dangerous? What even is danger?
Because I am getting so hot.
I really think that I'm the danger.
You know what's really dangerous? My headlamp just died. That's what's really dangerous.
Yeah, that could be dangerous.
You are here. Yeah, I bet I am. Bet I am.
You know what also is really dangerous? My absolute lack of a sense of direction, because now I don't fucking know remember where to go.
Oh, don't be silly. You have a great sense of direction comparative to me.
That's horrible. That's a terrifying thought.
So upset that I upgraded the energy gun and now my
Slight
trinket doesn't
unease.
charge it anymore. Oh no. That hurt. The auto recharge trinket is so nice. So nice. What am I running right now? Potato and jumpy stuff? Yeah, I gotta be fast. Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Oh, there's a locked door with a bunch of loot on the other side. God, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Dude, what the fuck? What do you got going on in your personal life to make you act like that towards me, Mr. Alien? If that is your real name? I don't even know where you disappeared to.
Damn it, I was making progress.
Now I'm the one making progress. Plutonic blood. I found that.
Yeah, I found that last time too. I just died.
Oh, okay, fine. I guess I'll just redacted myself.
You don't have to redact it, you can say it out loud.
You just let everyone know. Alphabetically, chronologically, or severity. That's not, huh? This is like when you just wanted to say hentai earlier, and we started talking about Bad Dragon for the 4 hours.
Oh my
that.
gosh, somebody said they wanted to fuck me in the ass today.
Watch this.
Do you think that's what? Do you think like AI is getting that strong that because we talked about Bad Dragon, they like moved us up on some like horny teenagers feed?
That's crazy. Okay, so here. Let's go here.
Man, this guy's fucking. Group therapy
Here,
night.
okay.
That's what I say every Friday.
No. There's security.
Bad dragon, not red dragon. Yeah, Pink misspelled in the sponsorship thing. She's gonna get around to fixing it.
Oh my god. You're gonna get my sponsorship taken away.
Oh yeah, I forgot that those are real things. Listen, you can't, you know, where I'm from.
Right. My lost cookie has me slightly agitated. I would be agitated about a lost cookie as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Cinema cameras.
Oh, here. Oh, here. Oh, I found my way. Back on track, back on track, back on track.
Did we get anything from level 14 accuracy? No.
Ow.
Oh.
Hi, Ray. Yeah, yeah, totally finished Borderlands. Uh-huh. Hold on a second. 1 single second.
Kinds of new stuff, huh? Rocket launcher, cluster grenades, rockets. You have a dang old rocket recipe?
Rockets? I don't think so. Hi, Ray. How's your day?
Button doesn't seem to work right now. What the fuck do you mean
your-
button doesn't seem to work right now?
Are you?
Alright, Pink.
Huh.
We need a reactor conduit. Requires transuranic superalloy.
Yeah, I learned the recipe for it.
Did you make it?
No, I just learned the recipe.
Did you make it?
Oh, hell no? What?
Oh, hell no.
You fucking what?
Oh wait, there's the level 5 thing to open the thing.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah.
No, I don't know where it is. Oh, okay.
You should be careful in there, Dirt. I'm always careful. What's gonna happen? Are they gonna bully me?
We got this, Ark. We've survived a craft before.
How many ammos do I have left? I've got 3 bullets left.
We've
Holy
survived
shit. Yeah,
a craft in our lives.
What the fuck? Bruce, if you're still alive? That's
Wow.
crazy.
It's been 83 years. Button.
I hate those guys.
They're like not really scary anymore now, though.
Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. This is the thing to open the door that tricked us earlier.
Oh, the trick door.
Alright, the rest of that would be my final content. I packed all day. My back hurts so bad. I'm dead. You're so strong.
So
did
bad.
so
Oh, okay, cool.
good.
So now we can go back. So now we can go back and craft and then come back here. Okay. Okay.
First we mine, then we craft. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The final countdown.
I wish I had a teleporter.
I do have a teleporter, but I was waiting.
Oh, did you?
I'm waiting about the monorail.
I'm like kind of nervous to go back to our base because every time we go there, I just fucking get radiation poisoning and have to kill myself again.
My God, it's not even that bad.
Well, oh wait, hold on, wait, we can do our...
Why don't we just build a radiation chest? Like, why are we still living this way?
Because we're at the end. We beat the game.
Ark says we can't do
Okay.
it. Ark says we'll never beat the game.
Ark says
He says we
got
suck.
Little. Yeah.
Says we're little dumb
listen.
bitches. No, we don't need to go that way. We need to go this way.
Listen, we were already here.
I don't, oh my god.
Pink, we were.
No, there's
another
not.
reason after the
Reactors is the end.
You lied to me, Pink.
Apparently. Fucking-ly.
I don't think not in so many words.
Residences.
There's residences.
Oh my gosh. Then how come the speed runs only go to reactors? Explain that.
Because that was probably before the update that added the residences.
My god.
It's fucking Thrillbilly. Why don't we just break up some shit and just build a fucking thing right here? Don't we have almost all the shit?
What?
What are we missing?
For what?
Where do these go? Office, water main. Oh, it actually says above them.
Uh-huh. Yeah, technically we go
convenient.
to office and back. That's really close. Actually, yeah, office and back is pretty close. Let's go there.
Oh yeah, cause this is the way I went before. Yeah.
Yeah, we know, Ark. We got it. We got it.
We're so good now. We're so strong, and yeah, we got it all.
Do not push that button until I get there.
What if I did though? What if I did? Still right there, so I love that pipe. Oh yeah, you never moved it?
That's funny. Yeah, no,
I feel
we
like,
moved
yeah,
a
as
while
long-
back. Sorry, we
So
boring
did
you?
you
You
just
are.
stay in one place?
Boring ass chat. God. I'll never be partnered
Did you just...
by 2026 with these chatters.
I'll start making alts to insult you on. Well,
Only
we'll
if
get
you
it
fuck
fired
me
up.
in the ass, bitch.
Fuck me in the ass, bitch.
Fuck me in the ass, bitch.
Nice
Thanks,
hair.
I got
I
them
like
in
ya, honey.
space. Thanks, I got them in space. Ellie, lay down. What are you doing?
Ellie.
Fuck me in the ass.
I like Meowthy.
Well, Brosa's here. I'm just trying to impress them. Yeah, okay, well, Silver can go there then. Shit. Okay, so we have to make... What? What are we making? Oh wait, that's for something. What was that for? Carbon plating goes on.
I worked on the original one, did some other ones in the Bandits in a terrible place. Yeah, I think the basing is one of the aspects I think is worst executed in this.
What did we have to make?
Yeah, it does shoot Ghostbuster juice. We gotta shoot the Ghostbusters in our ass.
Right, no, you said the
It's
thing we needed to make.
It's the translucic the reactor juice. The you just learned how to make it. You're like, I just learned how to make that.
Uh-huh.
You were all proud. You were so proud, and you were like, yeah, this is the thing I learned, and I know.
Uh-huh. And what was that thing?
It was the translucent, you know.
Yep. It's the right one.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's like the, you know, like if...
The
you know, you had a
transuranic
helicopter.
super alloy?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I knew it was real gay. Yeah, I said that. I'm pretty sure I said all that. Yeah, transuranic, yeah.
Right. And then, so then I made the transuranic alloy, and then now what do I make?
I think that's the thing. I think that's it.
It's just a thing. Radiological compound of foreign alien materials and otherworldly shavings from arcane instrumentation. There's a fissile energy contained. All right, let's go. It's irradiating me, but let's go.
Yeah.
I'm being irradiated as we speak. Let's go. Let's go.
That's
I'm being irradiated. Ah,
Okay.
it burns.
Fine, let's go. I'm here. Let's go. I'm gonna. You're gonna.
Yes, we had to build stuff using the bashingas.
Give a push.
Whoa. Whoa.
Please radiate me 5 stars and follow for more tips.
No, it's
For more
irradiate
tips on how to
me.
clean your bushi.
Irradiate.
Oh, I have 5
Why do you
bullets.
not
Yeah, I didn't.
permanently wear a hazmat suit? Because I permanently don't need it.
Because it makes you you're thirsty more.
Also makes you a thirsty bitch. Precisely.
There you go. That's not the exit.
Why so many zombies suddenly?
Well, it's because they know that we're a big deal.
We are kind of a big deal.
Hurry up, I'm here. I gotta go.
Go where?
Here we go. I gotta go there.
Where are we going? Why?
We gotta go.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I? No, I definitely have a car. No, yeah, then recall my car. Wait, that's not how this is supposed to work. Oh, is it that specific one? That's bullshit. No, bring me back my car, bro.
Bring back my car, bro.
Bro, my car, bro.
Where's my car, bro? Dude, where's my car? Nikki. Be-doo, be-doo. Aw, Dirge.
Well, that just means I can, you know, take the tram there.
Yep, that's exactly what that means. Oh, I hurt my wig. My widow wig. My widow wig. It hurts. Button? Hell yeah! Talk to Dr. Khan. Kill it. Kill it.
Well done, my terrifically tattered Amalian friend. I continue to be impressed with your acumen and daring-do. It's really rather a silver lining to all this chaos. And we're one step closer to escaping it, thanks to you.
Yeah, just me. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Around, and it's as diabolical as I had feared. The scientists down
Oh, we do, despite what I was told.
I didn't say how many reactors. I just said I thought the reactor was the end. Which, okay, apparently also was a lie, but that was not on purpose.
The blast door is not far from here at
Why
all.
would you think I would lie to you
back
on
the way we
purpose?
I don't think you would. It's just a funny bet.
At least you don't think I would lie to you. That's all.
No, if I thought you did something awful to me, do you think I would say it out loud to you on stream?
I'm not sure actually.
I would definitely, I would do it if I caught it in the moment. I think if somebody was like fucking with me or doing something that I thought was like of ill repute, I think I could catch myself, like I would say, I might say it on stream, but I don't think like if I thought it was like an actual like malicious.
Stop! Sir, I'm just trying to heal. Sir, please. No.
In those syringes, we actually need more rotten food.
Ah.
For the love of God, please eat a sandwich. Yeah, I agree with that. Nikki, go fucking like eat like a fucking, it's like a fistful of crackers and a fucking like something. Like goddamn, homie.
I'm bleeding out.
Floor cloud reactor. Alright, dog, bad.
Consume quickly, consume quickly!
Trying to brew some fungicide brew now.
Fuck, I'm not gonna make it. Yep. Fucking seriously.
You're not gonna make it.
That's really annoying. Yeah.
No.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it.
We're not gonna make it. We're no longer making it.
So then how do we go this way now?
That's what I've been trying to figure out.
Oh, well, it opened another door. It opened a door when we were down there, and that's where I got killed.
We're not gonna take it. Pink, he's not gonna make it.
I'm not gonna make it.
I ain't got no bullets anymore.
Oh. Oh, man. I think I did that already. Whee! Oh.
Did that kill you, huh?
It did. I definitely thought it would take me like with the waterfall, but no.
Yeah, well, that's not really how. I don't think that's how gravity works.
Oh, now this is. Yay! Dirge, I did it.
You did it?
Yeah, I opened it.
Oh wait!
Oh my gosh, that's a man. Are you? Oh my. Guys, he's holding the leak with his hand. Like he's holding it in with his hands so it like doesn't
Maybe I should do this one because of the my jumping.
He's plugging it with his fucking finger. That's hilarious. Hello.
Hey,
Oh, this isn't even like that dangerous.
Just wait. I know how it looks.
Does he know this isn't
All
radioactive?
about the gatekeepers. Love those guys, especially when they're around. But
Yeah, this isn't. Oh, it says it's radioactive.
fusion generator and caused a bit of a mess. Now, don't get me wrong. They had the right idea.
Not
We
poisoning
have been
me.
invaded, and the last thing we want to do is give those genocidal antiquarians a free pass to, another facility. I totally get that. But here's the thing. Nuclear power is one of the safest
Florida
sources
didn't
of
hurt
energy
me.
there is, but you can't just go turning it off whenever you feel like it. It's not a television. It's not. You get it. You seem capable. I am a little busy. So if you could get the nuclear reactors back online, we can restart the central fusion generator and sort this place out.
Right.
Someone's already taken care of the dusk reactor, so the other 3 just need a little work.
Right.
They all look like this bad boy behind me, but actually operational. This
Right.
one's not going to help anybody.
Right.
Oh, one thing. A small rule? They're pretty intense about security down here. Who knew, right?
Right.
I'm going to just leave that one with you, but these are unusual times, so I didn't give you this information, okay? Totally wasn't me, all right? Any questions?
Yeah, why are you holding it close with your hand?
Yeah, I don't think that's helping, little guy.
I don't think it's helping.
It's so
Seek
funny because
fluid
the only
intake
way
immediately.
through
Uh-huh.
to get the passageway is through here, but I don't. This isn't hurting.
Wait,
Other side's
hold
got
on.
a thing.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me take my...
Yeah, because there's the level 5. But yeah, for some reason this isn't hurting me.
It's not hurting me either.
That is radioactive waste whenever I look at it, but
Okay. Hack! Hackety hack! Don't hack back. Get it? Okay, so let's connect these. Connect these!
bleach, 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 bleach.
Gate key, tier
Roadway,
6.
cloud reactor. We probably don't need the roadway, right? Oh
Good call on
god,
the
there's...
eyeball.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, see, gate key, tier 6. Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Good call on the eyeball.
Who's this guy?
Hello.
Almost thought you weren't gonna show up.
I'm
Haven't had
here.
much luck getting my team to the surface. Tried digging, but the rock kept collapsing. Figured we'd try our hand down here, but look at this place.
Topside access. Tram station.
Not like we had a lot of choice now, did we? Reactors has the only reliable portal gear in the whole facility now. We can just get this reaction setup back online without getting fried by those mini blues. Might actually have a chance of getting out of here. Meanwhile, the gatekeepers want to clean us up like vermin. We'll see about that.
Granadas.
Granada.
Ah. Tram. Where's tram go? This way.
Only one way to find out, right?
Only one way. Let's go. This seems like a
Just gonna
perfect
stop right here.
opportunity. No, I think it's gonna magic, right? Oh my god, it's
Nope,
not
it's
gonna
stopped right
magic?
here. No, it's not.
Oh. Well, I was gonna try to take a little hit, but now everyone has to wait for me. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, we could jump on the mushrooms though, huh? Okay, cool, 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 cool. Oh wait, didn't you say this earlier?
What?
Weren't you talking about like you're like I
Probably.
bet it's up in
found
the
the
trees?
thing, but I can't get through it because I don't have a fucking clearance thing. God damn it! I should have.
Where do the pumpkins have their meeting? Tell me. Class 5 in the gourd room. In the gourd room.
I don't get it.
Like the board room. But gourd comes
Oh.
like a pumpkin. Oh. Why are my lights flickering?
Oh.
I am just about boiling up.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot. I need some water. Need a bottle of water. That button doesn't seem to work right now. A
I
bottle
got
of
some
water.
bleach.
Whoa. Oh, my shit broke. Pot of water. Fancies. No way! Dirge.
You break your little legs?
Yeah, but I was doing the bounce pads, the little bouncy puzzle. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Anyways, I should probably do the jump puzzle.
Oh yeah, you probably should, I guess, shouldn't you?
Because I don't take fall damage as much.
A heart of corruption. Oh, that robot, I bet you, that has all the stuff growing off of it. We need
another super alloy. BT
another
dubs.
trans whatever alloy.
Mm-hmm.
Great. That's just great.
Mm-hmm. Means we probably need 3.
You think we are savages?
What the fuck? There's a boss over here.
We will show you what savage means.
Boss, what is
sure.
it?
As the truth runs from your veins, we will flay you and dance in your ashes. Hear that rejoices.
Definitely don't want to fuck with him. I don't think I can make that. Oh, I did. Okay. Interesting. Some jumps I'm like, there's no way, and then other times, like, I'm like, I can totally make that, and the game's like, you thought.
This Saturday. Floating guys are real pricks.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I've never seen that before. Oh, it just broke.
What are you saying to me, bro?
Transcendium.
I'll just take the loser.
Who's fighting? The robot and oh, one of the big guys, yeah.
The robot and the big dude.
Last night at the facility in North Carolina, I did half proper goodbyes and half Irish goodbyes. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. I personally am a fan of the Irish goodbye.
Are they new curtains or are they just your curtains but clean?
Hostile.
No, no hostile. I don't know who the fuck you think he is.
Stop!
Old clean curtains? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it probably throws your whole vibe off.
Back to Brooklyn, see a big party. The mice threw in my absence. Shit. All you snackies. Ah, don't go that way. Who's falling? Oh, you. Okay. Headlamp. Stall. Okay. Where all this goes? No. I don't leave food out. No, I know. You don't have to leave food out. They can get into fucking pantries and shit.
Fuck robot.
I've had them get into drawers. I leave fresh fruit on the counter sometimes. It's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even about that. Like, I've literally had that. I've had stuff in drawers and had them get to it.
I'm saying that yeah, it's just not. You're just not vibing with your vibe. That's what I would say.
Just not vibing with your vibe. Ah. Ah. Come on, stop disappearing. It's not fair.
Then sometimes you gotta just appear. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna get knocked down. Yeah.
You just gotta get up again, Chumbawamba style. Pissing the night away. You know,
I do be pissing the night away. I do be pissing the night away.
Oh, so hot.
Bro, I swear this I'm gonna die just because this guy who keeps just appearing in here. Okay, I'm mostly back. Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah, now I'm back, but I feel like
I just got all those guys to stop and I killed everybody ever.
Yeah, be in your own space for sure. Absolutely for sure. So we can't, we don't need to do this jump puzzle then? Is that what you're saying?
Do you have the thing?
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely have to do that jump puzzle or make the thing right here, right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. At the top of this is the thing that we need, correct? Is that what you're saying?
The transuranic thing?
Right, like this up top here is where we need to get the thing. We need to bring the thing.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I'm getting attacked. They were trying to destroy me in the marketplace of ideas.
Holy shit. What the? Oh, gosh, didn't even put this. No. Does not seem to work right now, of course. Button does not seem to work right now either. Oh, no, this one works. Not the Chumbawamba song I've been listening to lately. Wait, there's more than one System of a Down song? That's cool.
Well, we knew there was more with the system down with the system.
That's true. But you know, their side project. Their side project, I meant, of course.
That one. Kids went crazy for that.
Down with the silk nails. Yeah, that one. Get down with the silk nails.
Activate the mist reactor. Yeah, can I just do that from here? Oh no, never mind, I can't. Terminate weather event spores. That button doesn't work either, huh? Cowboy hat dog photo frame. Nobody I know would be interested in that.
Oh!
I don't think you're supposed to do what you just did. I could just tell you based on what I'm seeing on my screen.
Oh my
where it says
god!
You were,
I'm in the pipes and I turned around and it was one of those little explosion ones and he literally just flew into me and exploded, and it's like the last thing I saw as he was flying into my face. Oh, that was too funny. Oh, that was funny.
Arcanine. Good Pokemon.
Who's that Pokemon?
Who's that Pokemon?
Well, Darren can't supposed to do that. Darren's not supposed to die.
Oh, I did that on purpose.
Darren's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing that, actually. I'm gonna keep doing that.
Somebody come get her.
It's time for a bowl of cereal.
I should cry. Bro, I'm not even, like, I wasn't even fighting you in the first place. Air feels strange.
Just starting shit, huh? Starting shit. Art of corruption.
Vidal.
Debated fighting each other, idiot. Goes to the beach and Ash runs into them.
No, she's fucking Mr. Mime.
Well, a lot of people say that too. A lot of people say that one.
A lot of people say that, yeah.
A lot of people say that one.
Oh man. Every chest we have is full.
Make another one.
No, this reminds definitely a person.
He's a cozy cat.
It's a person that you could happen to be able to catch into a Pokeball.
I mean, what are Pokemon? Who are we to decide what is a Pokemon?
In Pokemon lore, people fucked Pokemon. That's actually a true word. Also, I like that. It's kind of, you know.
Well, there's that one now, chat.
Well, welcome.
We're welcome.
No.
Yes, for what I just did. Yeah, so we just need to find whatever this, like, weird busted-ass CPU thing is, which I'm assuming is from this robot. That's like...
Wait, the Heart of Darkness?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one. I just brought one back to base.
Oh, cool. Oh, you're back at base? Oh, so then we can make the thing.
I don't know how to.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Fuck. Okay, so what's the best way back to base now? The tram?
What,
No, the thing. I have the level 5 hacker on me.
Oh yeah,
so
I
you're
can
not
make
gonna
3 of them. I can make 3 of them. 2 of them.
Oh, yeah. So we need one of those thingies, one of the transuranic. We need one of the eyeballs, and we need one of the Heart of Darknesses, and then I need to bring the level 5 hacker. So cool. Get all those ready, and I'll be right back, or I'll be there as soon as I can, I guess. I think I have to take this tram, and then I take.
Saying we already have one of the transuranic super alloys in here too.
Interesting. I didn't think I made more than one.
Oh no, I have one in my pocket. Yeah, I already made one. Never mind.
Oh. And then... Okay. Oh, I need you to put the transuranic super alloy in the thing. Cool. Now we have to take the pipes back, right? Oh, you're not coming?
Well, I'm dying, so yeah, no, I'll meet you there.
Okay.
I must be down.
I must be coming down with something. Yeah, death. I need to wash my mouse pad tomorrow. It's dirty. Right, so now.
Get back.
Sir. Oh my.
What'd you do? What'd you do?
No, I got off the tram and one of those little rat dudes like assaulted me.
Oh, that guy.
Febreze the mouse pad? No, no, no. You actually wash it, wash it.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey there. We need to help each other here, right? Because it's rough out there. And we all have to eat, right?
If you wanted to...
No thanks.
Trade something? Maybe? We could totally do that.
Office. Reactor. Okay. 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 Wait, where's the 6? The 6. Oh, well, we can't open this anyway because we don't have the things for sure. Look.
We don't have the things.
Look, see, only one of the. Yeah, see, only one of the reactors is open. It has 4 lights. 3 of them are red. 1 of them's green. But there might be more 6s down here. Yeah, we have to do the other 3 reactors. They had the little reactor icons next to them. Okay. What do we need to do here? Is what I have not figured out yet. Look at my journal again. Access the waygate, ascend this complex and activate alpha. Okay, shut up. First looking for way out sounds like a similar get to the way. Okay. 4 nuclear reactors, ignite the fusion generator, restore power. Fusion generator. Thanks for restoring power. Okay, so it's literally just telling us to do this. Okay, whatever. Is there anything past this? No, come on. That's locked. Okay, and then... So that's the cloud reactor. Through there. It's gotta be over here. It's gonna be closed. This does not go. Zip line. Where to there? Okay. See, this also says tram station, but we haven't unlocked that.
Adversary.
Shut up, you're annoying. Okay, this way.
He ran up on me. I didn't. Oh. Oh.
Oh. What'd he get?
Dapper suit, the same one you're wearing.
Oh, oh, oh. this. It's too.
Down. Bow, 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 bow.
Okay. I don't like that my lights get flickery over here. Okay, so here's this thing. Okay. Now we're back here. This should work now. Oh wait, I just did that, didn't I? On the other side?
Oh, I can feel my proteins denaturing.
Oh yeah? Can you feel your proteins denaturing?
What do we got going on?
She said I can feel my proteins denaturing. Whatever the fuck that means.
Hey ladies, I got some natural proteins for you. Called walnuts. They're tasty.
That one just went into the water. Okay, cool. I'm dying. Oh, what? Nope, not going that way. Okay, goodbye. Here. Okay, so here. Hello.
On forever, I guess.
Right, but see, this one launched me last time, and I don't know where it's supposed to be taking me. Oh, I did motherfuckers. Oh yeah, that's I'm pretty sure that's the boss guy or a mini boss guy or something. He was scary. He's talking a lot of shit.
These guys are talking mad shit.
Yeah, he was talking a lot of shit. He was scary.
Bro, I already kind of proceeded past you. Doubtfully.
Alexa, stop.
Oh yeah, for the budget paladin dance looking guy, it doesn't end well. It doesn't end that well for regular paladin dance.
Yes, it does. It kind of goes this way, huh? I don't want to go there because there's those guys. Let's not go. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah. Turbine 1 reactor. Okay.
Yeah.
Turbine 1. There. Definitely have to go this way. Okay.
Okay, yeah. No, I don't think anything about you. Flay these nuts.
You're jammed. Level 1. Level 2. Cowboy hat. Oh, you didn't pick it up? Oh my gosh. Can't trust you for anything, George.
A cowboy hat? I fucking hate cowboys.
Dr. Mance reporting. Confirming my theory, we exposed a carbuncle to fissile material regularly for 6 weeks. As a result, the next stage of its life cycle produced an entirely new variant of the peccary with astonishing new behaviors. This means these creatures absorb ambient conditions as though they were designed for it.
No.
Mimeticism is a strange business, and many times creation has settled on the same solutions. But the more parallels I find, and the more I understand its life cycle,
Wait, that was just
the more
here?
uneasy I become, speaking of evolution.
Same.
In short, I hope I am wrong.
Reactor jammed. Yeah, you keep saying that, but... Jammed with wall. Oh, did you find it and that's what we need the stuff for? You never told me what we need the stuff for.
What do you mean? It's at the top of that jump puzzle. Yeah, it goes to the top of that jump puzzle, and then you gotta go flip the switch. Are you making a face right now? I feel like you're making a face right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying not to die.
Oh yeah, it just goes to the top of the jump puzzle, and then there's another room close by that has like a button that's attached, so you can turn off some of the poisonous air.
Do it. I hear you. I don't see you. There you are. Shit. Fuck you. God damn it.
Well, that's extra annoying.
At the Vatican? These. Fuck!
Fuck, you're fucking at the Vatican? In my ass?
Dude, I cannot time hitting those guys properly. The explodey guys. Not fair. It's not fair. Oh, guys, you are lucky. I clicked on OBS and it was very close to what could have been the close button.
Oh no.
It wasn't. But it was close. Okay. Oh. Stop going sideways. I'm literally not even my finger is not even on the D. My finger is not even on the D.
Not even on the D.
It's not.
You heard it here first, chat.
Not even on the D. I don't know why she was going to the side. Crazy. It's crazy
I can feel
talk.
my proteins denaturing.
Your proteins can denature all it wants to. Please stop saying that. Okay, is this motherfucker? No, it exploded. That's right. It already killed me and exploded.
It killed you.
It did. And I didn't really appreciate it, if I'm being honest. 0 out of 10. Really would not recommend. No, please, sir. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, guys, I know. You think I can see you, then I poop my own pants or whatever.
Oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh my gosh, no, I can't.
Oh, Tiamat these nuts. Shut up.
Yeah, I was like, there's still a little fucker right there. Fight back? I did. I did. I fought so hard. I did. I tried. I did my best.
Beep, 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 beep.
I got 2 hits on him. It's fine. Whatever.
Elevator access. Yeah, I see that. I see that.
Well, this is unfortunately not the best scenario because...
A tanker full of radioactive waste? Yeah. Huh. Wait, what the fuck, man?
Keep catching it on fire, I guess.
No, I got gunned down.
No, I'm gonna keep catching him on fire, I said.
Well, that has nothing to do with how I died. And that's all I care about at this juncture. Man, what a nerd that guy that killed me was.
Yeah. A loser.
Fucking real soft shit, you know?
Let's go. Patience works, chat. Did you see that? Just wait it
Patience
out.
work. Yeah, don't buy that
Just wait
propaganda,
it out.
chat. Keep buying those lottery tickets, chat.
Borderlands 1, what'd you think? Whoa. That's there. Okay.
Okay. Congrats. So wait, did you craft the level 6 thing?
Well, you have to have the level 5 already. Like the level 5 is one of the ingredients in it.
You made it.
That's why I'm asking if you made it.
Yes, I have the level 6. Yeah.
To speak.
Last time I went back to base, I did.
Seem to have rather gone to the dogs.
Well, you always were a cat person, Abe. But it's got certain appeal. If you can see past the toxic aliens, the power cuts, the military invasion, and the occult sociopaths who seem to think anything that breathes or blinks is fair game. Other than that, it's lovely.
Yeah, so what's up with this weird cult as well? Is this how I get some? Okay, yeah. Where is this? I found a portal! I forgot to shut my god. I found a portal, Dirge.
Goals.
Oh, and a computer.
You found a portal.
I did. It's a green portal, not a purple portal.
I don't... Were we...
Oh, I found the thing. Do we shoot them? Do we shoot just like... Oh my god! Okay.
What are you trying to murder?
No, you just have to shoot the little things. I just shot the stuff that's... I just shot it. That's blocking the reactor. I just shot it with my pistol. Well, only a couple of them. I can't see the other 3. I go in. This is back in power services. Why would this go back here? Why would this go back here? Okay, so let's go down more.
This heat, I'm distinctly deliquescent.
Yikes.
Yeah, I want to go out there where those heat monsters are. So that I could fucking kill them. Damping it down.
I think I got them all. That's all that I can
Did all the
see.
things?
I don't see
I don't
anyone.
see any damn activated reactors.
Oh fuck, oh fuck. Can you guys swim? Can you, oh, you can swim? You can both swim? That's great. I'm so thrilled you two can swim. Oh, there's a hacker thing right here. Let me hack it, please. God, fuckers. I'm gonna die. There's two of these big guys and I just can't.
I'm over here.
Well, I hate that I fucking find the way every fucking time. And then I have to start all fucking over. Hold on. It's already back up.
Cover my internet.
No, it looks like me. It looks like it was OBS, but it should be back up already.
You're carrying too much stuff. Go fuck yourself, game. How about that?
Yeah. You're back. Guess who's back?
Back again.
Do you need an invite, or are you back?
No, I'm back in.
Okay.
I am back.
Well, that's good. Yeah, it looked like it was only just a little flicker, which is weird because I haven't had one of those in a long time. A long time.
Been a long time since a flicker burn out.
Here.
Huh? Okay. Well, I need one of those things.
One of what things?
Goodbye, cruel world.
You need one of what things?
I can feel my proteins denaturing.
The gay metal.
The gay metal?
Yeah.
No messages reported. Okay, so now I should be able to just go push this button, right? Which was where? Oh, shut up. Holy shit, holy shit. Well, thank fucking God there's water there. I can't get out. How do you guys like you're like just standing up.
Sometimes you got to.
No, I'm in water and they're like standing up in the water.
Oh yeah, they're real assholes like that.
No. You're not going the right fucking direction when you're trying to take this jump, you idiot. Come on. You're not gonna make that. Oh my gosh. Here, possibly. No, no,
Huh?
no entity. What do I do here? Oh, I'm stuck. Okay.
You haven't done the jump puzzle thing, right? With the trans model?
No, I've not.
So that's what I'm working on. I just want to make sure that we're not.
Nope, I have not
Because
done
I know stuff hasn't popped up before with like keys and stuff like that. So I just wanna... Yeah, dude, you're so hella endothermic. Ladies love it. Guys want to be with you. Girls want to endotherm with you.
Oh, you have fire? That's pretty not fair. Oh, I can't believe I fell. So
Oh, they're doing cheating. Well, you fell on purpose because like you were planning.
oh no, I did. I don't want to be in the situation that I am in right now. It is a not fun situation. No way I can get to that one, right? Like, oh. Can't do it with this. No way I can do it with this leg injury because you won't take a normal jump. Kinda wanna just die, honestly.
Who would do that? That's quitter behavior.
I know, it really is quitter behavior, but like, I don't really know what else to do at this point. I can't get up any further because my fucking leg is broken. Yeah, there's no way I'm supposed to get there, so like...
Why does the button not...
Other than here, where else am I supposed to go?
work right now. What was the point of me doing that if that doesn't activate it?
There's nothing in here, there's nothing in here, there's nowhere to go. Here.
What was the fucking point then? Dr. Derek Mance, I feel like you hoodwinked me yet again. Or do we have to repair all of them? What the fuck is it?
Okay. I literally just need to get back to the main area, but can you not from here? Is that like what I'm here to understand? Like, there's no way to get. There's no fucking way to get back up from here. There's no way.
But there's a well.
No, there's Dirge. There's not. You can't jump from that one. Like.
You don't got the jumpies?
No, you know I don't fucking have the jumpies.
You don't have the jumpies, huh?
Nope, I don't have the jumpies. I still, every time
You know if you have the
ask, I
jumpies,
still
your legs
have
don't break anymore, right?
Yep, I do know that.
Oh, not this nerd again.
Horrible leg. Yeah.
Hey, Daisy.
Oh my god.
1 second here.
Yep. That's craziness right there. Okay. We're right there. We're right there. I've done the thing. I've done the thing.
You took every single bullet I had. How's your night going, Daisy? A long day. Are you just finishing up now? Been up since like 5 a.m. Jesus, don't do that. Huh. What are you even doing here? Go get some rest. Okay, what the fuck does this mean? Janet?
Oh, this is the same
Oh
one,
no,
huh?
another jump puzzle.
This heat, I'm distinctly deliquescent.
Okay, so then it's turbine. Right? Is it right here?
Security golf tournament helped out. Free security, free tequila shots. Oh, okay. So it wasn't like, it wasn't like, you were out here.
Nope. Let me push. I just need to push this button. What do you mean button doesn't seem to be working right now? Oh my god, there's two things?
Oh,
Oh, there's two things I have to turn on? Now I'm really confused. What? It says no messages reported offline. Okay, so this is green. That one's on. One.
I definitely
Number
just found something I don't think we've been in before.
Oh, see, it says
Because
number
that's a lot of guys.
Okay, so there's got to be an area number 2 that this is just area number 1, I guess. I'm so confused. All right. Okay. No.
Okay, still no bleed.
Everyone knows that? Yeah. So this was... Thought I was just getting lucky, I guess. Right, does this say number 2 somewhere?
Dr. Pendleton's hypothesis is an extraordinary one, but I'm forced to accept that she was not wrong, and perhaps did not go far enough. The denizens of Antiverse 2 are not native at all. They were created, crafted, designed to colonize and overrun areas they are introduced to. If this is the case, they are barely points to a larger question, one we are scarcely on the cusp of formulating.
So where's the second one? I don't like those noises.
Yeah, buddy, Mondays. I get that. I will take that fresh Exor Spear. Coil winding.
Yes, this just goes in a circle. I'm so confused as to what this means then, I guess.
It's provocative. No one knows what it means.
Big Sturge.
You like that?
Yeah, it's true though.
Call back, you know?
True.
Too hot.
Well, I'm in an alien hell. Is how I would describe the area I'm in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in the fire area, and shit is not where I thought it would be going. Like, I installed that one thing and just... Nope.
Just nothing?
Did not help. No.
Oh my gosh, they just like straight beeline for me. It's insane. Oh my god, I'm fucked again. This is what happens. There's always like... There's just always two of them, and I can't take two of these stupid fucking huge spiked dudes at the same time. It's too many. It's too much. I'm gonna die for sure. Yep. That's okay. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know where, like, what's going wrong? Like, where's the other fucking half?
I'm just confused because I essentially did the same repair thing we did before to the one in the fire realm. And I went to the switch room, and the switch room wouldn't let me flip anything. The nope doesn't work at this time, and I'm like, what is...
So you missed something then, obviously.
You would think that.
Yeah. Is that what? Like, I don't understand. I'm looking at this video feed, and I don't see what it's referring to. Unless it's referring to that one right there. I just don't, okay. Let's go back and look. Oh my god. Right, what's down? Let's see anything. Oh, there's a guy there though.
Bow, 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 bow. You found me. You found me. On the front.
Oh, I think I have to die, actually.
Not the bussy.
The bussy. Alright.
Not my bussy.
I'm gonna try from the second thing this time. I don't know if that's right. I don't know. This one is definitely confusing my brain.
I just don't know why the game's trying to make us think.
Honestly, it's kind of disrespectful.
I don't know about all that.
It's a little disrespectful, right?
Yeah, I'm not
a fan.
I didn't ask for this.
The only thing I could think is maybe it's that one somehow. How do I get over there? Doesn't make sense.
You've been exposed to radiation and feel a bit nauseous. Shut up. Because my character doesn't like to get out of the radiation. He just loves it so much.
Hi, Dodge.
I have such a hard... Huh?
Hi. Get me. Oh, you can't. I'm dead.
Alright.
I tried to see if I could do a jump, but I couldn't.
You couldn't, no.
No.
Like, as far as I can tell. I don't think that worked.
Don't clip that. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Don't clip it. Come on. Come on. See, I went
to the next area, like past that, up to like the tree thing, and I went up through there, and that's the fire zone.
Okay.
But let me come on, let me just glitch up there. Come on.
All right, let's try. All right, let's try.
Oh, I almost had it.
Let's try it this way. I don't think this is any. Doesn't this still go the same way?
Oh,
yeah,
ankles.
see? And then where, like, see? Where does this go? There?
Did you figure it out?
See, it's the same place. Oh, I see. This is what I don't understand. Where's the next one?
Where's the Rusty?
Yeah, where the Rusty? Wait, yeah.
Lieutenant Dan, you lost your legs.
Ooh, somehow I survived. Leave me alone. See, and then that brings it back here. Okay. This way.
I'm Dr. Derek Mance.
Oh, come on. I'm just trying to live. I'm just trying to live. I'm just trying to live.
Wow. Don't know what to do.
So there's another part of this thing, and that's what I'm having trouble finding. It's like, I don't know where the other part of this thing is. Bruh.
It's called the clitoris. You'll learn to respect it. Wow. Pissing me off. Alright, Mr. Ghost, Monster Zombie.
Alright. So...
All right, so what are you looking for?
Okay, so in the cloud reactor, there's two halves. And there's like, so when you go into the room where you turn the reactor on, there's a camera and it shows two different places. I activated whatever is place number 1. I can't figure out what the fuck is supposed to be place number 2.
There's an activation control. Is it like a control room?
I don't know. I guess, I mean, if we get all the way back up, I can show you. We have to get all the way back up.
Your body looks kind of
It's in rough shape anyway, yeah. My body's in a rough shape.
Here, why don't we just take this left right here? Why don't we just take this up?
Okay. Okay.
Really hard not to just bash what little health.
I know.
You have
Don't worry.
left.
Somebody else will get rid of it real soon. Okay, so here's this dude. This we can't open.
Oh, that's the bridge boy, yeah.
So now we're
So
on
have
the
you
other side.
been... I thought you could get over from here. I guess not.
I'm just gonna die. I have a leg injury and I have no health. Goodbye.
I'll meet you at the reactor. Yep.
Hey, give me a knuckle sandwich.
Yeah. A little nerd whooping.
Yeah. Stop. Stop.
Look at the noise it makes.
The leg horrible.
Like horrible.
Pack up your gifts. Yay. Alright, hold on. So, one more over here.
Oh yeah, I've been over here.
Right, I know, and I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at, so maybe you can help me. Okay, so then you do all this. And you do all this. And then you do all this. And you go, "Oi, hello, hello, I'm here, hello."
Yeah, right behind you for once.
Yep. Okay. So, see how this one says online?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then you go in. This one's broken.
This heat.
But normally it would say
distinctly
that one is
depressant.
on and one is off.
Yeah.
So you go through this way?
Yeah, I think I've been in the room you're talking about. I think it's the control room.
Yeah. But I want to, okay, so see no messages and then the one says offline. Then when you go in the control room, which he's about to turn on. Oh, no shit, no shit, shit. I literally thought you were coming. Come on.
I got it. Don't worry about it.
Let's go, quick, go.
I was going the long way. Don't worry. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so now, so then it says offline, the button's in, but I can't, so this is, I think that's the jump puzzle you're talking about. I think it has
It's at
to
the
be.
very top of it. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. So what do we need for that?
I don't know, because I'm back on top of the jump puzzle from before, and I don't see anything. Like, I think it's just there.
Not. I think it's the other one. The one that you said before. Hold on. Can you see my screen?
No, it is. This is the opposite side of it. I know exactly where you are in life.
So you
I've
know
been
what
there.
I'm looking at?
I know the place. Yeah, I've got it all.
Dirge.
It's all under. What are you looking at? I'm pressing door open. Yes.
No, look at my screen.
That's it. Hold on, that's not the thing I need to be looking at. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Just hold on, Pink. Hold on.
I'm holding. I haven't moved. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I know. And then it's got the thing, it's got the other button in there that says, like, turn off weather event. And then the other one.
Yes. Okay. So, but this is the
Yeah,
monitor.
I know exactly the room you're in.
Okay. But that's not what I'm saying. Where is this? Where is this monitor pointing to?
Nobody knows. That's the mystery. We've
Right,
both been
so
trying to
that's-
solve separately.
So, what jump puzzle had the thing you needed? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, where the hell is that jump puzzle?
I don't know. It's so dangerous down here.
Why is that there? Some of these don't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole cook pork chops in this dumpster.
Yeah, control. Okay.
Okay. I'm in deeper.
That was water.
No, that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay. I must have landed on the root in the water. It's kind of funny, but kind of fucked up too.
And I'm in too deep. And they're coming in my head. Said I'm going under. Oh, there's so many fucking monsters down here. What the fuck is this? You know, you guys just quit giving me quills? What, we don't like me to have ammo anymore? You upset that I found a way to shoot things?
Mm-hmm.
Lift access. Where's the lift go to?
There's no way to get down? What? I have to go back and down? No, that's power. Yeah, it's definitely not there. Ah.
Okay, hold on. So I am at the thing that I fixed, which is at the top of the jump puzzle.
And it says offline, and it says number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so something's missing there. Something's not done there or something. How did you get there?
The jump puzzle.
No, I know, but like, where did you start?
Jump puzzle.
Okay. Anyway, okay.
The control room's over here, so technically you can get from the control room over there, because this is where you should be if you're...
Hold on. Do your pager? Fuck, okay, what? Okay.
No, wait, hold on. Maybe they are different rooms? I'm dead. Oh, and it says you're boiled alive by acid. It's them boys.
Yeah.
I thought you found some acid. That's what was throwing me off, is I kept thinking, like, where are you dying in piles of acid? I've never seen piles of acid. Them boys are getting turned up over there.
This heat, I'm distinctly deliquescent.
That's outrageous. I can't even come in this area. Like, they just immediately fuck my shit up.
Assistance! Anyone!
That's crazy. Every time. Every time. I come over here. Is this the difficult reactor? I don't know. I imagine they're only going to get more difficult from this, but I just can't, like, find my fucking way.
Yeah, I don't want to hydrate.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I'd rather dihydrate. Thank you, Leia.
I hate health. I want death right now.
I do too, but only so I don't have to keep doing this.
Yeah.
Too bad, Grandpa, you drink that water. Yep.
Yeah, I need it. Well, it's because I need to refill it, and I don't want to actually, like... As soon as I stand up to refill it and, like, stretch and go to the bathroom and stuff, I have to admit that there's more locking in to be done. But if I stay locked in, there's a chance that the answer is just directly around the corner.
No, motherfucker, don't knock me down, please.
Oh, this is where I died before. Yeah, this was the weird area. Okay, now I see what happened.
This heat, I'm distinctly deliquescent.
Why does this say no? This one's a different one. That one's this one. I think this one's this one. I think this one's a different one. I don't know. Is that one say level 1 or does it say level 2? I don't think I can get back here, can I? Press all the buttons. Yeah, see, this one's 1. Okay. Level 2. Level 1. But that one is marked as 1. Okay, so where is the one that's marked as 2? That's the problem. So you were right, Dirge, but that's the wrong one. Like, that's still only the first one.
Mm-hmm. Of 4.
No. That's the first one of this 2-part of this one. Of this reactor that we're on currently.
I've got all kinds of big dreams. I mean, I think I just, you know, I think I've got this dream called forever, and not
no,
everybody's ready.
Not. So, okay. So we have to find the same thing, but level 2. Which is... as you should. This is offline. Oh fuck, oh fuck, okay. Great. Here you go. Okay, so... there's clearly another jump puzzle somewhere. Yeah, see, there's nothing to do. This is number 2. This is definitely branches, jump puzzle. None of this helps. Where's the layout? I hear it, I just don't see it.
Rockets.
Take this fried mozzarella back to the kitchen and fry it for me again, will ya? Yeah. Fry it again. Okay, so this has got to be... Where I jump on this? Where?
I don't know that I've ever hated nighttime in a game as much as I hated in this game.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna take my motherfucking crafting tables away from me?
Right. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Like, come on. What the fuck am I supposed to do then? Oh good, everything reset? Thanks, great. Yeah, that's what... I had the portal worlds reset. Mm-hmm.
It's just the portal worlds, it's not these.
I feel like they reset every day now. Like, I kill people, they're right back. Like, what do you guys do? Work here? Were you trying to stop
hold
scientists
on,
from
Horseman,
getting
I didn't
out?
see what you said. He was stuck. The control unit, is there an up floor? No, I don't believe there is. See, this is why I'm like, it's definitely below. I think it's below. I don't know. Ark was right. This one is really rough just because, like, I can't find it. Like, I'm literally unable to find where to go.
God damn it. I'm just trying to get this fucking shit, bro. Okay.
For what do you seek?
Ow, Ellie. I don't know, man. I really don't know. No way to go here. I don't even know why, like, I don't even know why that's there. There's nowhere to go. Oh, cool. Just knock me off, honestly, at this point. Like, I just don't know.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Less whimsical? Yeah.
No whimsy.
And, like, they're fighting with each other for a while. How can we go back?
Did I mention how extremely capable you are? Activating a few more reactors?
Oh,
Well,
fuck you for
I
saying
wouldn't
that
say
right
it
now.
agrees, but your track record at this stage is rather impressive. If I didn't know you better, I'd say you should be studied when all this is said and done. We're all
I'll
very
shoot
glad
you
to
in the
have your
face.
Right?
I see you.
So I can't get in there, though. Even after doing all this.
Even after, in the end,
Didn't even matter.
didn't even matter. Okay.
Why doesn't that door open
Someone
right there? Okay, so it's not that way. Observation. Power. Observation.
Are all the other trinkets?
got to be over here. How do you get down here? It's gotta be. I'm not supposed to be able to jump from there. No way. Stop.
Ain't no way.
I didn't actually want to do that. I hate this sometimes. It's so sensitive around edges. You just slide right the fuck up. Like, I'm just trying to look down. I'm just trying to look down.
Have you considered you might have been trying to go fuck yourself instead?
I guess I did not consider that. You're right. Silly me.
Silly, silly.
Getting a little tired of taking the same tram, the same place. See, how do I get down there? There's a whole place down there.
Alright, nothing interesting.
I'm just looking. Stop making me slide. Any half elves playing a pan flute?
For what do you seek?
There's nothing. Oh my god, I'm just trying to look.
I think it might be better to do it like this. Not take the tram.
Kill me. Didn't. Okay.
Now that I think about it, yeah. Lady, you don't got any like ammo or anything to trade, do you? No.
No. No, no ammo for ya.
Where are you at now? Are you in the building, or are you
I don't fucking
over?
know.
Listen, I had a very brave friend tell me that we were gonna beat this game tonight.
I thought that it was over after the reactors. I watched a speedrun so I could learn so many things, and the speedrun ended at the reactors.
Oh no. It's so fucking funny, honestly, though.
It's like reactors any
outdated
percent.
information.
Reactors any percent. Oh, there's a man here. Sir? Oh no, you're not a sir again. You're a debated, sir. Gosh, when will I not fall for it? Oh wait, is this the... What?
Can you help me?
Into bed, she say. You picked the wrong spawn?
No, I just killed myself a couple times in a row just to breathe.
Because you're so funny like that?
Just to breathe. Yeah. Be like that sometimes. I feel like this guy's just appeared to the scene.
I'm kind of pissed that the backpack upgrade stopped too. I think that's pretty disrespectful.
Agreed.
You think we are savages, bent on destroying you. We will show you what savage means. You will understand. As the truth runs from your veins, we will flay you, then dance in your ashes. Tiamat rejoices. Arceus laughs. This reactor is ours.
Shit, there's so many.
Suffer the fate of the so-called.
Right place. Somehow.
I think you're on the top side of the building I'm in.
Buttons don't seem to work right now. Okay. There are many men.
A lot of bullets.
A lot of men.
Watch out for those snipers.
Yeah.
You think
I
we
wish
are
I wasn't here.
savages, bent on destroying you. We will show
Yeah, this
you
shit
what
is stressful.
savage means. You
I just
will
thought I was gonna be a
understand.
scientist one day when I
As the
grew up.
truth runs from your veins.
You know?
We will flay you.
I was like, hello.
Rejoices. Arceus laughs. This reactor is ours. Turn back or suffer the fate
Ellie?
of the soul.
Fuck.
We sent them to the abyss, but there is room yet for you. Proceed and die.
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
For that game I sent you, Doom? Yeah, and frankly, it was a little too close to reality. I feel like we're one misplaced portal away from a sequel down here. Oh, that's funny. One little Doom reference, huh? Oh, please, for the love of God, that's not fair. Wait, what the fuck, bro? No, that's
No
that,
joke.
that.
In the 3 minutes that she could have even possibly, she chewed through my fucking mouse cord.
No shot.
Yes. Like, literally, she just woke up. Like, I just felt her wake up.
That's crazy. Her speed is impeccable.
She has fucking ridiculous baby teeth. No, you're bad.
She's so strong.
You're bad. Lay down. Could have gotten really fucking hurt. Lay down. You're bad. No, you're bad.
Yes.
Damn, that sucks too, because, like, that guy didn't hunt me the fuck down. I might have even been okay. Oh, it's like definitely over here somehow.
Nothing down there.
Make it the other way. Yep. You don't make it the other way, of course.
Oh, of course.
Oh, that would have been sick. Do you really not make it back the opposite direction? There we go.
We are savages, bent on destroying you. We will show you.
Alright, way to pass the sniper.
These guys are wackadoo.
For you, proceed and die.
Proceed and die. Where does any of this go?
Savages, bent on destroying you.
Good night, Andy. Get some good EPs.
Good night.
As the truth
This just turns their shields off, which is part of the fight here. Do they fight with each other? Like, is that what's going on here? That doesn't work. Why? Please stop. Please. I'm just a baby.
Burning time. Protection.
Okay. There's nothing back in that corner.
I just don't see a way.
Well, I just don't see what the fuck they want you to do even around these guys, because like I just fucking did a whole bunch of shit out there and looked for stuff, and one, these snipers are fucking unreal. It is unreal. Like, they can shoot directly downwards.
You have the faith? I'm running out of it, honestly.
For what do you seek?
Okay, so I think we're done here.
Bro, these little guys suck.
There are doors here, which is crazy. You're almost out of the facility? Bro, we're never gonna get out of this though, because I can't fucking figure this shit out.
I'm distinctly deliquescent.
Wait. How did I get down to where they were when I shot the things off? How did I get down there?
Yeah, there's a jetpack. Pink quit making stuff like halfway to nowhere.
Well, that's not like entirely true.
Sorry, just shields and things that help with jumping. Sorry, there's two things.
We have another blue thing.
You know, there's just a regular jetpack we can make.
Okay, well, make me a jetpack then.
Make you a jetpack? Is that what you just said?
I will make a jetpack then.
I think there is actually all the stuff. There should be. one to make the attachment thing. Okay. Pursuing. Data on lab rat. Stygian wasteland. Lodestone.
Okay, how do I get down to where this was? Well, that's what I'm trying to somehow blindly find my way back there, which I don't think I'll be able to do. Because maybe there's more to do over here. Oh, this is not the right way. Great. Oh, kind of, yeah, it is. No, excuse me, no, excuse me. Oh my gosh, you did not. Stop knocking me off the jump pad so I can just fuck off. Oh my god. I can't even get up here. The pad is literally pushing me to the side each time. There we go. Nope, nope, nope. Okay.
I'm so lost.
Okay, yeah. No, are you fucking kidding me? None of the glass is breakable except for the fucking glass that the robot shoots me through. No shot. Every time I stumble my way through to where I'm supposed to end up. I don't fucking remember how I even ended up here, guys. Every fucking time I'm like, I think this is where I'm supposed to be. Something just fucking goes, all right, here's your fucking asshole. Let me just blow it out.
Hey, bitch, can I fuck your asshole? Whatever that lovely gentleman said earlier.
Yeah, something about fucking me in the ass. I think he was a dev in this game and we banned him.
We banned him. Yeah, he was like, no, I'm going to. Something you don't realize.
Make a portal? No, the only thing I can do is I can make a teleporter to get me back home. Or I would have to set a spawn thing down here.
For what do you seek?
Shut up, I don't care. Go away.
Too hot.
No, this is the, oh, okay, well. Yeah, this is this one. Okay.
Do we have to kill them?
Who?
The
Any
Yelly
of them?
boys. Yeah.
I don't know. I just want to kill everything, including myself at this point. This is just so fucking frustrating. Like, I'm going literally in circles for, like, for no reason at this point. Like... I fucking found it before, too. That's the worst part. I will never find that shit again. Yeah, here's that guy. Yeah. Okay, so this is the other side. Okay. That goes there. That goes there. Okay. So it's not here. It's gotta be another way.
Almost world.
Oh my gosh, I'm going in circles. I can't figure out how to get out of here now. I'm gonna take the elevator. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think the respawn rates are what's really pissing me off. Because that's just fucking unnecessary. Let's be real.
Yeah, I'm fucked again, of course. Yep. Yep, just fucking kill me as soon as I get here again. Why the fuck not, right? Why the fuck not? Why not? Why not kill me as soon as I get where I need to be again? Why not?
Oh, oh no,
I'm
that's
literally
not a
gonna
place to
bleed out before I finish.
Why was there a giant murder fan in that? Why?
Please, someone help me.
I'm Dr. Derek Mance.
Over there, maybe? Over there, maybe? Are these guys just walking in the water is some bullshit. Let me just say that.
That pissed me off really fucking bad earlier. Online.
I need a piss break. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll fill up my water. I am, despite all of my Raider rat in a cage chat. GG, Pink's pooping. Pink's taking a big shitties. You're not getting a video. You're just gonna get Dirge telling you about Pink's big shitties. Thank you for the raid. If Pink were here, she would say, "Oh my god, why are you raiding into my bathroom? I'm taking a big shit."
Oh my gosh. GG, thank you so much for the raid. You're coming in at like the worst time ever possible because we are very stuck and very frustrated. But welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Ferret, thank you so much for the biddies. Ferret, thank you for the biddies. He's okay. You can do it. We believe in you. We've been lost for like the last like probably 2 hours. Welcome in, Trem. Who else came over on that blade? How was your stream? Stream was good. Did some puzzle stuff. Dirge, I'll be back in just a moment for my Wade stuff. Hello, hi Raiders, welcome in. Do you like games? Do you like these games? Well, guess what? I play these games. Welcome in, guys. We're super fresh. We were planning on beating this game today, but I don't think it's gonna happen. We've been stuck on this one part of this puzzle for the last like 2 hours. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Krista, or Pinxel, Krista, Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. Things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. Like these things. I play these things. These are the things that I like to play. Here's the video. I'm gonna just kill myself while this plays. I hope you enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you for the raid. If you need to raid and run, eat, sleep, any of the above, any GG or any of the raiders, please take care of yourselves. Otherwise, I guess I'm gonna continue to just go in circles. Poop. Poop. Definitely poop. So yeah, so we're gonna continue going in circles. So this is kind of where we're at. There are 4 reactors in this science building. We've turned on one of them. One of them we have figured out half of how to do. The other one, we have figured out where it is, but we can't get to it. And I think I'm getting close to one of them, but I keep dying, so... I'm back. I'm ready to just keep dying again. Are you going towards Cloud? Are you trying to work towards Cloud?
Clown.
Cloud.
Clown.
No, Gigi, please go take care of yourself, by all means. Anybody, raiders, lurkers.
Yeah, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. Get out of here. We're trapped. We're never leaving. We're never leaving. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow for Elden Wing. We're gonna be so good. We're gonna be such pro gamers. I'll be like we never took a month off.
Better than this.
It's like we never took a month off. I don't know if it's gonna be better than this, honestly.
You don't think it's gonna be?
No, we took a month off from Elden Ring.
Well, no, you'll be fine though. You've got like a lot more practice.
I do have a lot of practice. It's true.
That's muscle memory. Very different. This is puzzle solving. You can't knock the rust off puzzle solving. We fucking beat the brakes off our brains with fucking cannabis and short form video content for years. Yeah, no, the fact that they respawn every 2 fucking seconds is what really pisses me off.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what the fucking... Like, I literally got all the way across this area, killed a sniper, and it's like, what?
That's where I need to get into right there. Yeah, and then by the time you, like, go back through again, they're back. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, everyone's fucking back. Like, there's literally, like, this is, like, a tower of fucking murder over here.
Oh my gosh, guy, come on. Nope, there's no way I'm getting stuck immediately. Not happening. Okay. Fuck you. How many hits do those fuckers take, honestly?
Too many. I'm gonna be so mad at myself. This is just okay. Being pretty mad at myself.
Okay. Okay. This is good.
Oh, no shot, right? No, no shot.
There.
Literally no shot.
Oh my gosh, so many. Can I kill them through here? Yeah, I can. Dumb idiots. Oh. That's crazy. Oh, come on. Oh no, I can't even use it. Shit.
Oh no. That's where I'm supposed to go.
Good night, Leia.
Good night, Leia. Sleep tight.
Sleep tight. Don't let any bed buggies bite. Or do. I'm not sure.
Just don't fucking...
There it is!
Create it.
Okay, okay.
Did you find this one?
Yes.
Did you do it? Did you save today?
I haven't done it yet. Are you fucking serious? How?
Yeah,
How? No, it's the... the jump pads, like they don't always launch you in the way you need. Fine.
I mean, you
yippee.
could.
No, don't say yippee. Don't say don't, because honestly, because by the time I fucking get back there, everything will have respawned. That's the problem.
Yippee.
And I don't even know what I need in there, so that's not even a yippee. That's a yippee that I found it. At least I know where it is now. At least I know where it is. Mostly. I mostly know how to get back there. Mostly. And I'm like out of everything.
Okay, I opened up a big shortcut.
What? It's not gonna help me.
No, but it's gonna help me.
Oh, that's great. I'm so thrilled. Alright, now, when I go in here, do this every time. I have to go to...
Too hot.
reactor number 2 or whatever it is. So it's turbine 1. Go that way, but I have to avoid this thing. Okay, and then there's gonna be a guy over here. Unless he's already over fucking here waiting for me. There he is, okay. I don't know if I should even try. Kill him already. Okay, I'll just sneak up here, I guess.
Actually fine. That's actually fine. I'm healthier now than I was gonna be in there, you dumb bitches.
Okay, so this way. This way. This way. Yeah, the Terraria little weirdo things are, I guess, fine now. Okay, this way. That's not gonna launch me high enough. There's no way to get into it. Okay. The Do I go this way?
She ain't got no ankles. She ain't got
No.
ankles. She ain't got no ankles. Ain't got ankles no more.
If you. Oh god, I hate this
Crunch.
game so much. Like it's the worst part is like it's launching me. And then it's launching me onto a place that I can't be. So like the game is like, nope, you can't be here. So it's trying to like move me off of these uneven surfaces that I'm being launched onto. And it's just like just knocking me back off to the ground.
You gotta want it. Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't.
Yeah, you're totally right, guys. You're totally right. Yep.
Wise man said that.
You're right. I don't want it enough, I guess. You're right. You're right. I don't even fucking know what's up there. That's the worst part, is I'm gonna get up there and it's gonna be like, oh, you need this.
It's gonna be fucking, you know it's gonna be nothing.
You need this part. You need this piece. No. My poor headlamp's not even getting an opportunity to charge.
Denaturing.
Guess.
Oh, this is not good.
How have I not unlocked that one yet? Okay, let's sneak past this one again. Wee. No, all the way. Oh my god. So close. The thing? No. It's fine. Okay. Do. See, it's not. I don't think I'm supposed to do it from this one. I really don't. How are you supposed to get up there? This one maybe? It's definitely not enough. See, what the fuck? No, I don't. I just want to go, like... That's not enough. Nope, it's too close to the ceiling, I think. because my stupid ass leg injury. Yep, didn't jump.
Yeah.
My recovery time is improving. Yeah. Person who has the gravity thing should be doing the jump puzzles, but it's fine. I'll just die.
If only my good compatriot who's refused to make the back or the jumping assistant
No, stop. Don't say I have refused to make the jumping assistant. There's only one of the blue things and you took it.
There's not. No. It's right here.
You took the blue thing. See? There's no blue thing.
You can
No, we
make
can't.
the jump.
No, we can't.
Yeah,
no, we can't. We can't make it.
Where is it? When I find this, I'm gonna scream. I want you to know this.
When you go ahead and find me a blue thing.
It's not the blue thing. It's the jetpack.
No, the blue thing is the thing that there's only one of, and you took it.
No,
you're like, looking at the jumpy thing.
One. You just gotta trade the guy for one,
For
and I
what?
got another one.
What does he need?
It's the guy with the thing. He needs the thing.
What man and what does he need?
The guy. You know the guy.
Which one?
He's our guy. The guy.
The blacksmith.
No,
which
he's in a
one?
weird place. He's the guy over by the animal den.
Okay, and what does he want for it?
I don't know. You're lucky my memory worked that far. Come on, give me a break. You're lucky I remembered where he was.
I guess that is.
There's also a jetpack. I'm like 90% sure there's a jetpack that I just saw that we could probably make. Or the bionic legs.
What the fuck are the
or any number of
legs?
Things. The things that I've been wearing the whole time that let me run and jump faster that have nothing to do with the blue cube.
The entire time, that's what I thought the blue cube was. There's a second.
So Pink quit looking at the armor.
No. So I have no things to help me jump or survive any fall damage, and you have two.
No, there's like 8 of them. You should have just they're everywhere. You just pick them up.
Oh my.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I look at what I can craft.
Oh.
My bad for using my eyes.
Yeah, you're bad.
I guess because you're just a girl, I shouldn't have expected you to notice it.
Why she won't jump there. Like that is not me, guys. That is not. Look, that's not me.
Yeah.
That's clearly not how you get up there. It's clearly not from the vine because she fucking will not jump off the fucking vine. And neither of the other two things get you over there. The bigger one is too close to the ceiling. You just hit the ceiling. I don't. What the fuck?
Scotty's like a melody in my head. Nah, every day.
This literally does feel like an Elden Ring, like, run back to a boss. Like, every time. It's long-ass run. and then he just knocked me the fuck off. Are you kidding me? Cool. There's another backpack. What are you talking about? The void pack.
I don't think I have that unlocked.
What have you not touched? Coil winding, the power transformer, scrap. Oh, have you not touched the toroidal power transformers, maybe? Makes no sense, really. Wait, so it's a backpack, though. So it'll replace your backpack.
Huh.
The jetpack, I mean.
Well, there's a whole new type of enemy that I've never seen before. That's cool.
No, we fought one in the big room.
Did we?
Yeah.
Man, these guys are fucking something else.
Well.
That's why they call me the king, baby. Because my greasy ass will find a shortcut. Yeah, don't care. Don't care. Kill me now.
Feel my proteins
Yeah, this is quickly becoming very tedious.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, we don't... I don't know, like, I just don't see us having enough resources to take through, like...
Yep, see, now and everyone's fucking back now. And I have to do this with no health again. just don't know. Like, it doesn't go far enough, see? And then this, yeah, and then that happens. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it needs something and I can't see what it is already. Why are you doing this to me? Damn, any movement whatsoever. I can slide right off.
I think what's annoying me, besides all of it, is, yeah, it's just like, it's not a tenable amount of resources that we need right now compared to what we've been conditioned to need. Like, everything was mostly doable with melee.
Yeah.
And now it's like, well, actually, you should have like a couple thousand rounds stacked up somewhere. Where's your...
But you can't craft
Aren't you American?
ammo. Jump this end. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Now what do I need? A reactor conduit. A trans... Oh yeah, this is another super alloy. What does this door open? And of course it doesn't fucking open. Why would it open? Alright, well, like, at least I know where this is. Now I need to make one of those things. I just wish I fucking had one. That would be so handy. Alright, what is it? Hello? Jesus Christ. Is there a fucking... What the fuck? Thank you.
What's your cat doing, Wolfie?
What? Okay. Okay, so can I make... I've taken so many screenshots trying to hit my backspace button. What is under this? Good night, Trem. Thank you for being here.
Good night.
Yeah, Wolfie, I don't know. It's more that I'm annoyed that I'm not necessarily enjoying myself.
Get a modular gate as high as I could.
Oh my gosh.
Cats are so devious. Like, I love them to death, but like, they're just like, yeah, get fucked. You can for some stuff, but it's all like
you can craft it for the handcrafted shit, yeah.
Like, I can craft it for the alien gun, but I need alien parts, and the aliens get to shoot projectiles at me. But there's like no real base projectile that doesn't just kind of fucking suck. Alright, budget Psycho Mantis.
You mean possible to get in and take care of her?
Yeah, I don't think I can solo this guy. Especially because he has an extra buddy this time. Really don't want to solo him. I want to go find the thing. Hey, man. Oh, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream, Pink. Level 5 clearance. Fucking A. Did it actually work? Even though I don't have the thing? No.
Alright. Is there? Oh. Well, that's actually what I was hoping for. A leg injury. After mine just healed. Okay. Okay. Now, from here... How do I get back up here, though? Can't. So why is this here?
Ugh, too hot.
What about like mosquito netting or something like that? Something where it's like soft and you could easily move it out of the way for yourself, but it would stop a cat.
It's a bunny, but yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think the bunny is the one you're concerned about getting over the fence, right? The cat.
No, 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 let me hack this, please, this time. Oh, you fuck!
Please, someone help me.
This is the there's like nothing to do at this point. This is so fucking ridiculous.
I think I know where to go with my thing.
I know where to go with mine. I just can't fucking do any of it.
Do you need your hacker right now?
I mean, I guess not. I was that's how I died. I died trying to hack something.
Oh, you died hacking?
Yeah.
Here, well, let me just go with you here. I'm gonna just throw myself off of this and I'm going to the reactor.
Oh shit, no, I have to die again because I need to make the thing. Okay, I need to make the... what should I call it? This. Okay. Hold on, can I do one more thing? Okay. All right, are you at the reactors waiting for me?
Yes.
All right, this is what we're doing. Something the cat can't shred. Shred it.
This isn't the thing on top of the jump puzzle, is it?
It
You had
is.
to make the thing for.
It is, but it's a different jump puzzle than the one you've been doing. But I know exactly where it is. I brought the thing. I have the thing. But then there's another area after that too.
I agree. Yeah, Pink said that I can't go to sleep till we beat this game.
Sorry.
How's your night going? I ain't got no robot legs. Do you? You're moving pretty fast. Kind of speedy.
No, I think you just slow down, old man.
Yeah, that's how that happened.
You're just getting sleepy, old man. Alright,
That's that part.
let's bully that guy. No, why me? Okay.
Ours
This
on
way,
that full.
and there's gonna be more in here.
How was my day? My day is fucking fine. Hold on, let me get this guy's quills. I need them for my gun, or else, like, I assume whenever we go to fight whatever final boss this is, we're gonna be fucked. Okay, where did you go? Towards Turbine 02?
Uh-huh.
Yes, okay.
Okay, is there the guy right on this corner?
Yeah, I had a pretty uneventful day. We planned on beating this, and we've been trying to beat our heads against the wall and figure out where we're going for the last couple hours.
Okay.
Oh god, I hate my fucking... Pink just yawn, yeah.
I've never yawned in my life.
Oh, I don't even think I've seen these guys before.
Yeah, they're in the Terraria little or the Core Keeper area. Okay, so it's up here. Here. And then this one is hard to get. Because you need to get all the way over here.
No, that was probably just me. You probably just misunderstood.
Come on, please. Okay, you actually jumped for me that time, but too far this time.
Hey, did you see that there's a lady up there?
Yeah, I've spoken to her. What do you mean?
A lady? Oh, in that room? Yeah, I already put one in there.
No, you didn't.
So that's already in there.
No, you didn't. I just did it just. No, you didn't. I just did it just now.
Yes, I did.
Oh my god, Dirge.
Yeah. No, I've already been in here several times. Yeah, this is like when it glitched for me the other day. Yeah, this one was already in.
I'm gonna actually murder your face.
Is there one still in your inventory? I guarantee, because I did
Dirge,
that.
I just did it! I just did it. I just did it.
Yeah.
If you fucking gaslight me, I'm gonna stab you in the
know,
fucking throat.
I'm just saying.
You're just saying.
Like nothing changed. Nothing changed.
Alright, now I'm gonna come over here so I can hack this thing. Come here. Come into the big room. You need to protect me. Okay, come here. There's a hacky thing over here. Okay, but there's a hacky thing over here that I need to hack, and I can't do it because there's too many men. Oh my god, that finally did it. Where does this go? Oh my gosh, look. Okay,
oh my gosh, look. What, I just meat shielded for you. What the fuck am I looking at?
You did so wait, why did you die over here?
I thought you were gone. You were looking at stuff.
No, I came back. I was hacking and I was like, look,
You were looking at stuff. I had to go.
No, I was looking and I was like, look, I hacked. Oh no.
It killed me. Everyone saw it.
I did not. Don't tell people that. Oh no, they followed me. Sir, I need to go to the. No, I need to go to the control room, please. No. No. This way. Button. Yay.
Okay. Now. Okay, go. Are you going back to the reactor?
I just did, yeah.
Okay, here, I'm gonna meet you back there.
Okay.
And
do you need me to come with you now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
This one's done, and then I can hack whatever you need.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna come back there, because we can go straight over from there.
Okay. Alright, so that's 2 then if yours is just needing a hack.
Because that would be quicker, or it's like more important to go this way at the start, but once you get the backtrackies. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Wait, okay.
Then is the Gale the one that he's got his fucking finger stuck in?
No, he wants you to turn everything off so it drains the goop that he's using his finger to stick in.
Well, yeah, but isn't that at a specific reactor?
I don't think so. I don't remember. We'll have to see in a second. We're going up the ladder?
Yep. Up the ladder, over... This one has a lot more, oh, I fucking hate that.
I know, it's seriously so dumb. I know I'm just tired, so everything's a little extra silly, but that is just like...
I'm gonna scream. This game's too much. It's like, come on, dude. Like come on. Like, pick a fucking struggle. You can't be doing shit like that to me. Did you make it up? Are you already
just
over
clip
here?
it, Wolfie. Just clip it so you can see.
I hope that guy's not alive again. Okay, so we gotta come on down this side.
Oh god. There was the third time you went so slow and you still did it. Oh god.
Okay, these guys are just gonna fuck us. I haven't even been fighting them. I've just been running past them.
Okay, fair.
And then you can jump over this, and I don't think they'll come past us. And then here's the guy I think we have to fight.
Okay.
But I don't know how else to get through here.
I'm in fire. I can't get close to him at all. He did.
Take that, you little prick.
He did.
Okay.
So now where do we go?
I'm sorry, I got distracted by looting. It should be somewhere up here. I found it.
Hold on.
I think it's over here. Where'd you go?
Stopped to get the carbon that we needed.
Here? No, I think I fucking went up there and I was like, oh yeah, that's just another fucking highway to hell. No.
It's a sniper.
I think it might actually be up there. It's the sad part.
Well, I just shot him in the face. I don't know if that killed him or not. I think it did. Shit. Sheesh.
Okay, wait. No, you gotta come back down. Come back down.
I sniped the sniper.
Reactor entry, yeah. That is over here. We got another guy.
Do we have to fight it? Or just go?
No, the keypad thing's in here, in this room. It's right there.
Oh. Sir? 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 Oh, he grabbed me. He's shaking me.
Alright, he's dead.
Hacking. Okay, opens the big door.
No, thank you. I will be closing that door.
Oh, charge. I need to charge my shit. Ooh.
Tampering.bmp. Expedition assistant bot? Oh.
Boo-doo-doo. I'm gonna shoot my headlamp and we're good. Yeah, let me go read these. What is this?
Okay.
Oh, this is the button.
Is there other button?
Doesn't seem to work right now.
I'm distinctly
Okay, so what do we need to do in here? There's dudes in here. Oh, I see it over there. Alright, so we need to get... Oh, there's two of... there's two of them. I bet you it's two more of those things. But at least they're both in the same room.
Okay.
How you get to them is a whole other thing here. Looks like you have to go like that, but... Get there. So there's guys over there. And then there's a thing right there, and then there's a thing right there.
About boiling up.
Ooh, grenade. Yep, I saw it too late. Yeah. It is what
What's with this whole we don't get to fucking revive each other anymore thing they do
well,
some of these
because
times?
some of it's like you're dead. Some of it is just like, yeah, there's no hope for you. You're dead. You're dead.
Kid, you're dead.
You're dead. Alright, so we need more of those things then? I assume. We need to check and make sure, but I assume. Are we still having fun? I'm much better now that we actually got past that stupid part.
What do you see?
So they're in the bottom and the goop in the corners. Do you see them?
Yeah.
And then there's like an elevator, it looks like.
Transsurgic, super alloy. Yeah, you need two in here.
Okay. I can probably make some and come back to the reactors. Hopefully we have enough stuff.
Let's
see. So we need two more. Dos more.
Yes.
1, 2. That's literally the last we could make is 2.
What are we gonna be missing for it?
The arcane scrap shit that we get from killing those people. All right, I'm back at the reactors. I don't remember how to get there. Is it the
I'll
other tram?
just smash myself.
Is it the other tram? You didn't have to do that. I just need to know if it's the left.
No,
tram
it's
or
just
the right tram.
upstairs and to the right.
Oh yes, it's upstairs. That's right. That's right.
No. Upstairs and to the right.
Upstairs
Up
and
then
to
right.
the right, yeah.
God, Pink, it's like you don't even listen to me.
No, you're right. You're correct.
Correctamundo.
Alright, so then where are you now?
Me?
You're in the big room.
I'm gonna just come back to
Oh,
you.
okay, I'm waiting then.
Because like I didn't have any heal, you know, like there's no heals left. Might as well. I got 19 bandages. But like I might as well, you know.
Yeah.
Alright. Did you already go through the bridge?
Yeah, I'm like in the green goopy area and I'm going up right in the bridge right now. Yeah.
Oh, well, there's a even quicker shortcut that we opened.
What?
last time.
What? Show me.
That's open.
Oh. Well, that wasn't open before, so. Okay.
Right back in.
Okay. You might need to take them though for jumpies, because I don't think I can jump over there. You have to murder again? It's, oh my gosh, nothing but murdering all the time.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Holy fuck! Just rocketed me in the face, asshole.
What the fuck? I can go rocketing across the fucking top of a fucking ladder, except for when it's like mid-battle. Mid-battle, they're like, oh, you wanna... You just wanna
Right,
give it to me so I can jump it?
here they are. Here you go.
Inventory full. Oh. Yeah.
Give me something.
I missed.
Oh no. You had one job.
I know.
You had one job. You are the jumpy guy.
That's fine. Everything's fine. Well. We should be able to get these back after, you know? Like, we built them. They're ours. Like, I don't think
Yeah,
the
we just stick them
company's
in and then
doing...
take them back out after we're done, yeah.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. God damn it.
I can't tell if I'm just so tired that everything is so funny or if it really is just funny. I feel like this is Pal World all over again. Like, we're just like, I don't even know what's happening anymore.
It's so slippery. I just don't understand why everything is so slippery.
Oh, I've been exposed to radiation. I wonder how that happened.
Yeah, I just wish our character would stop being little bitches about the radiation. It's like, you've been here for so long.
Honestly.
Like, a Fallout character would have developed, like, gills or something cool by now. They would have been like, oh, cool, no, we're better now. Alright, flip the switch, Hunch. Did you already flip it?
No, I was looking to see where the elevator went while you were swimming. I'm coming back though right now. I want to do it. 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 I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. Alright, now we gotta go find Gale. Alright, but yeah, where does this go? Let's go see where this goes.
It goes back into the fucking thing.
What?
It goes back into the building.
The fucking thing? Isn't that where we need to go though? Or I guess it doesn't really matter. We need to go to Gale.
It's back
Where's Gale?
It's back into the building that we're in.
So, but do you think that we need to go? So you think we need to go back to where the guys popping the sticker thing?
You know, I really don't know much of anything, but I'm gonna take the zip line.
Okay.
We are savages, bent on destroying you. We will show you what savage means.
Let's see.
As the
It looks like it would be past even the fire one, no? Because isn't this underneath the fire one?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know where that goes.
Like,
if you look at the journal and you click on the thing and you click on the map, it's a circle. So the Gale reactor, so we're in the cloud reactor. So the Gale reactor is past the Dusk reactor, which was the first one we did.
Good night, Bree. You're the best. Happy
this?
sleeping.
Good night, Bree. To Mushroom Mountain. That's why I'm kind of confused. Because, like, if you look at the map, like, it goes past Dusk, which was the very first one we did. But I didn't think there was anything past Dusk. Yeah, see, this guy is, yeah, he's someplace else. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, he said there's one like his. Okay, so then...
Well, let's look for signs.
That's what I'm looking for.
That's...
I'm going past what you call it now. Yeah, see, activate
I
Gale
saw
reactor.
The sign. Looking for Gale reactor. Oh yeah, it's probably right through here. Yeah, it's probably right through here. I saw the sign.
The signs, and then the other signs. And then I saw some other signs.
Signs. I saw some signs.
Yeah, see Gale. That's what we need right there. Okay.
Other signs.
So the Gale reactor. Okay. So how do we get into this one? Come on, motherfucker. I really don't want to die right now.
Don't they know we got shit going on? Oh no, fuck you. That's so rude. I wasn't trying to die to the abyss that time, not even as a joke. Not even as a joke.
A joke.
Garage access, reactor
That
square. Okay, so which we're looking for the Under Armour symbol.
Yeah, pretty
Great.
much.
The last thing we have to do is the fucking Under Armour symbol. Great. Fucking great. I wish that was true.
So it's that way, but how?
Oh my goodness, I would be so young if every time I played a video game time stop. I'd be a fucking baby right now.
I know. Okay, so it's there somehow?
The funny part is it's the first one on the list too, which makes me think that yeah, we did just somehow run right past something.
Fuck. I do this every time because there's this road curve so funky.
Pussy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pussy.
Alright,
Sometimes whenever
so
and they fall in love.
Okay.
I saw the sun.
I saw the sand. The sand. I need to open like this door somehow, I think. Gotta be a shortcut. Yes, because it's not the fact that it's the way that it's the way that it curves. where like it looks like,
Yeah, like
it's the road, but it's not.
Up.
But okay, so now we're going here.
Your chest looks a little in pain. You got like a little
It's
cold.
fine, don't worry about it. I'm good.
Yeah, it's right there. We just gotta drive right over there, huh? I like how this is yeah, this is literally the first one we were supposed to do, and
Yeah,
we
but
just...
how? I think we have to get there, but like, how the fuck do we get there? It's like over there, I think, right?
Yeah, Pink, I would say that that is in fact over there, yeah.
No, that's not. Oh my god, sorry.
Yeah, I reckon that is where we gotta go, Pilgrim.
Wait, these weren't here before.
Sight and stumble
they weren't.
in silence. A dance to music unheard, for if one hears a note,
yeah, see?
the dance
I can see it right there.
Yes, we have heard that music and dance no further, but for you the dance remains. So let its silent sound move you,
Okay, he has a
and
little...
waste no time wondering whether you will persist, for that is decided.
Okay. Ah, he punched me.
Do we grasp all she says? We do not.
So then how do we get over there?
Like that, buddy.
Is it that door needs to open somehow? But how?
Mm-hmm. Activate the Gale reactor. That's what we're gonna do. It's the Under Armour reactor. I'm gonna hit it with a shoe.
It's all on fire. I just don't know. Just eat. All right. So the Gale reactor is this way. How do you get...
Adversary.
Where's your bridge going, buddy?
Over there, Gale reactor. Gotta reach it, and this is what I gotta do. I'll do it. Gatekeepers or no gatekeepers.
Right, that's what I'm like. Are we supposed to do that too? Like, nothing over here. It's like definitely.
Oh no, it's got. I bet it's something to do with those shipping crates in the corner.
How? I'm like looking, and it's like I don't see how.
I just don't. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't. You know.
There's no way those get up there. That's crazy.
What if there's a hole in them within the building?
Those are sealed. Those are sealed. I mean, unless you
I
can
think
get on
this
top
game
of
needs a
them.
hand-to-hand combat stat.
Okay, hold on.
Sick of all these weapons.
Hold on. All the way.
Watch out, because there's a hole over there that I keep falling in.
Oh no.
Yeah, right there. Yep, nope, ain't nothing over here.
Okay.
Do you think the game's trying to call us stupid?
Yes, actually, I fucking do. All right. I feel like building is not the way.
That's never been a solution to anything in this game so far.
Oh, Dirge, here's your car, by the way.
Yeah, I've grown past my need for that.
Oh, well, I meant like the functioning car. Maybe that's it. Maybe we have to drive our way.
Smash into the wall.
Yeah, maybe we just have to kill ourselves.
I mean, it does feel like that's what they want from us.
Okay, if I go in here, what if I go this way? No, there's nothing. Nothing? Nothing. Okay. Dukes of Hazzard it and jump over. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know what else to do.
But where would that even go?
Alright, so there's never been an area that has been off limits because we didn't have something built. It's always just been a matter of getting to the place.
No, yeah, because even with like the jumping stuff I have now, that's not even necessary.
Right.
Like there's been some extra stuff, so like if the equipment's not going to be necessary, like necessarily, then like perish in the 8th ring. Is it something to do with the building those fucking weirdos are in?
I just don't know. Like, those people only showed up now when we did all the other 3.
Yeah, they weren't in here before because
Yeah, because I had been over there too.
There's one still eeping, actually. Interesting.
Yes, it is very interesting.
What is that? Okay.
Wait, is that you or is that a person?
I'm up here with them. You can drive the forklift. You can drive any manner of vehicles. But, it's just not necessarily super useful. I see you down there.
How did you get up there?
That's where those people are. Nowhere exciting. No, and even if you could, we could always just build different things if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there's a good chance we... I don't even think we could build up that high, because I tried doing some building stuff before. It's pretty limiting. But a good thought. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. We are very much in the box.
Hmm.
It's like the movie 7, we're so what's in the box.
Oh my god.
Wasn't it his wife or his baby's head? Wasn't it
This is
someone's
wife,
head?
his just pregnant wife's head.
Oh, well, at least the baby's head wasn't in there.
Well, the baby's head was in her belly. That is dead.
Well, listen, whatever. Oh, hey, look, there's a weird little, area back here.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what the car is.
Where
Yeah.
my car was, yeah.
Yeah. Kill reactor. Zip line.
So usually the zip lines are only to exit to a,
Yeah, you can't go up a zip line.
Yeah, they're one way. One way, yeah, one way. Yeah, then this is the end, right? My only from the end?
Okay, so this is here now.
It wouldn't be telling us that we have to bridge. No. This little ass gap, would it? But can't you get up here?
Okay, so there's this. I feel like this has to be something, right? This goes over to this camp. So there's something above them. How do we get above them? We need to be above them. No.
The Bendy Pound. Hi, young baby. Wait. What is this?
Did you find something?
I don't know.
I don't even know how you've gotten into where you are.
It's just at the very end of that road.
This needs to open. Second dialogue.
Threat in sight. Reactors. Ignis pillar.
did that. We did all that. We did all that. Okay. Second dialogue. Who are you talking about for the second dialogue? Something? Probably not. Usually not. Usually it's just the first.
The only time it did that to us was with the blacksmith. Been here and now I'm back. How was Borderlands?
I don't fucking know what to do here. Everything's on fire. On my side, so I wonder, like.
More actual for the first time in a week. That's nice. Someone earlier said they had like 141 hours already, and I was like, that's a lot. But it's been out for what, 2 weeks now? A week? 2 weeks?
A week, yeah. Good. Okay, so.
Yeah, this is annoying too because there's like the doors.
Yeah.
On the inside when we're coming in.
So there's nothing we have to
Here's some...
activate in between, right?
I don't know how we just speed ran an area so hard that we didn't just didn't open something.
Something about hearing unheard music and ceasing a dance, but I'm still dancing. This makes sense. Hearing unheard music and ceasing a dance.
Okay, that's... Not looking too good for you, car.
Wait, so does that mean that you can go?
That's my car, man. You already don't even have a visible body, and that's kind of like its own kind of cheating. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I feel like it should be something to do with this fucking shit over here. There's this weird little carve out over here underneath everything.
Where? Check
Like, oh, is there a nook and or cranny? Over by that weird tree I was standing by.
There's gotta be something.
That area you can't find.
Here. Those... Why don't those open? Was there anything to hack up in that room? Because, like, those should open so that those connect, shouldn't they?
Listen, I'm not.
But like.
So you.
I don't even know how to get up to where you were. All right, I see you now.
Yeah, it's just down there. But yeah, I think I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's shit on top of this, but there's no way I can see to get on top of this. Cause I even got on top of this thing right here and couldn't do it. There's like a dead end over here too.
Yeah.
Just out of reach of a jump.
That's why I'm thinking that there's something else here.
You think us, known observers of things with our good eyes, miss something?
No. I think that there's more in the game that it needs to be patched and fixed.
You think it's broken?
Yeah, obviously.
So we did it. We beat the game. We broke it.
Obviously.
Synaptic Labs. Observation. Oh. Huh.
Huh, what?
Come back here. Come back to the reactor thing.
What reactor thing?
The main respawn. The main respawn.
The main respawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure I know where I'm going.
There's a hacker thing in there, wasn't there?
There's a thing in there, but it also... It's got a pipe that literally shows the Under Armour symbol.
Okay, I am going back to the reactors right now. Now what?
Come on upstairs, say hi to your friend.
Hi.
Okay. I don't know if this is correct, but that's the symbol, isn't it?
It is.
And then does this do anything? Did we already hack this?
I did, I thought. It's not doing anything.
This is... this should be, based on the other rules, that should be...
But there's usually a pipe next to here that turns it on, which clearly is not on. So... I feel like it has to be, yeah, like you said, like it has to be somewhere. Because this was like the first area we went into when we were over here, right? Mm-hmm.
That's from way back. Tram station, check-in below.
That's offices.
Fucking with these?
No, it's offices and this is labs.
No, I was just flipping, or I was seeing if turning that.
Oh no, it doesn't. They're just, you turn them on the once and they're
if
on.
you could, yeah, that's what I was checking. That is what I was checking. And then that's just back up to the main area.
Yeah, that's the big lift. Okay. So
North one and or exciting.
Boy, I hope it's Pizza Friday.
Yeah, dude, me and you too, Mr. Weird Monster on the ground. Me and you both. I guess we could try taking the opposite direction, the tram. Right? Like, isn't that the logical thing to do? We're too dumb to go one way, we might as well go the other.
But like, there's nothing else over here.
It's a circle, isn't it? Isn't this like a loop?
I mean, if you look at the map, I guess, but like, so
is
you
that
go
the tree
all
that's
the
on
way
the other
past?
side?
Huh?
Well, I'm trying to think. Is that tree going down? I think that we might be able to get to. Go one more. We might be able to get one more. We might be able to get in there. I don't know. I'm having a. I'm not. I don't know if I'm having a Jimmy Neutron brain blast, but because like this is weird square. Yeah, it just exploded against me. I'm too strong. Yeah, because this puts us above shit.
Mm-hmm.
That does not sound healthy. Okay, so this down below is the thing, I think. Like that, yeah, this way.
The circle.
Yeah, I feel robbed. Reactor triangle.
This is a circle, like I said.
Yeah, whatever the fuck you want to call that. It's not a triangle. That's not what shapes are, but. Alright, so where the fuck is Gale relative to us?
Oh.
No, it's real close.
Hey, what's for lunch, pal?
Dying, Okay, yeah, so this is literally nothing. Okay. Yeah, so going full circle gives you absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Take us to the promised land, Jimmy.
I just... How the fuck do you get in there?
I want to suplex this guy off the ledge.
I'm not sure how much later I'll be able to make it, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. You're the driven one, okay? I was ready to give up fucking 7 hours
I think
ago.
I need a not tired brain to fucking figure this shit out, because this is ridiculous.
Listen, when you finally beat Abiotic Factor, it is gonna be such a triumphant moment.
Oh my gosh, really? You're done?
No, I'll finish it. There's no reason for me not to, but like.
No, but I'm tired tonight, though, for sure.
Hey, if you're tired, feel free to lay down. I won't
Hey, if you're tired, feel free to shut up.
Feel free to lay. Yeah, fuck you, guy. Now I actually don't want to quit because I feel like that NPC is trying to fucking piss me off.
Oh
Little
my
fucking
God.
prick.
Okay.
I guess your name isn't Gorton Freeman.
Hey, neither of us
so
said we're finishing tonight in our titles, just saying.
Well, did I say that? I might have,
Neither of us said we're finished. You said we will finish this, or my name isn't Dr.
We will
Gordon
finish
Freeman.
this,
And
or
I
my
said
name
I
isn't
finish
Gordon.
this or else. Neither of us said
Yeah.
tonight.
Oh,
We just said we're finishing this game.
That's actually a good catch. Good catch. I didn't even pull a trickery on purpose.
Crazy. All right, I'm yeeting so I can go back to base.
I hate our base.
Why do you hate our base?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
That's everything that's wrong with this world.
Alright.
I'm gonna make my ammo real quick. That way I don't have to fucking remember to the next time.
True.
Yeah, we're fucked actually because we've got no bio scrap. Actually, that might come from the arms.
The bio scrap, I think, is probably in the fridge at this point. Because we have stuff that we haven't touched several different days of playthrough. Critical success.
No,
We did a
there's not really any
lot. We
bio
did
scrap.
3 out of the 4.
Yeah, and Ark said we wouldn't even be able to do the other ones.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna bother reading. I'm
I'm
not gonna
not
bother
either.
reading
I'm
anybody.
not-
It's
no,
just
I'm
a fucking
going to
thing.
bed. I'm going to
All right,
bed.
chat. My little chatterinos. My little friends.
My
Bye.
chattingtons. Yes, good night, guys. Thanks for hanging late night with us.
Night.
We tried.
You tried my fucking answers. All right. Bye, friend.
Goodbye, guys. See you guys tomorrow for Elden with GG. Good night. Everyone get some good CBs. Bye.